Professor. She is a Director's Office of Knowledge for Change and Advancement. Doctor is an assistant professor in the Department of Psychology, Kuliah of Islamic Liberal Knowledge and Human Science. She received her Bachelor of Arts honor degree with a double major in chemistry and psychology from Washington University. She's then pursued her postgraduate study in psychology and human development in the University of Chicago, obtained her master's degree in 1996 and her doctorate in 1998. She then worked in the Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, while mainly teaching and doing research in the early childhood education and educational psychology. She also involved in research and consultancy related to various aspects of education. In 2008, she joined the International Islamic University, Malaysia. Beside the numerous research articles in both national and international journals, Dr. Lihanna has also co-edited two books on Malaysian adolescents. She also contribute book chapters related to development psychology and education. She also writing regularly in parenting magazine. She also earned a research consultant in the longitudinal the national-wide study on soft skill of Malaysian University study, commissioned by the Ministry of Education and the consultancy with examination syndicate on Malaysian education selection inventory since 2007. She was also part of the research team on OECD indicator of education for Malaysian. With that, inshallah, today she will present and give us the lectures on the topic school psychology, cognitive, social and emotional development issue in school. Without further ado, فليتفضل مأجورة. Doctor, you have 45 minutes and you leave 5 minutes for Q&A, Doctor.
All right, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, so let me just go straight right into the topic because we do have a limited time. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Regardless of the time difference, I see that everybody is, everyone, alhamdulillah, we are able, Allah has granted us the opportunity for us to be in this platform to share knowledge. Okay? Inshallah, you will also be, I will also learn from you. I always learn from whoever I talk to, alhamdulillah. Okay, so the topic today is on school psychology, cognitive, social, and emotional developmental issues in school. Okay, so this is only a small part, obviously, okay, of what school psychology is and also what educational psychology is. So bear with me while we try to, summarize within 45 minutes what usually I would be doing this in one semester. But inshallah, given the objective of this program, we'll share some fundamental things to be shared, inshallah. Okay. So, but before we go into these issues, let's go back into the reason why we send our students, our children, to school. Okay. All right. Okay. So, basically, why do we need to study? What is the purpose of education? Obviously, I am talking to the converted, but this is because you are here So you know what, everybody is very familiar with the verses of Al-Alaq, Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, which is also the foundation of International Islamic University Malaysia. So, but let me just pull in a little into why, the why that I would like us to reflect upon, perhaps something slightly different from what, these are actually common things common verses, this is a common hadith that we are very familiar with, خيركم من تعلم القرآن وعلمه. But here I want us to see why is the focus to reflect on the nature of the Quran, as the source of knowledge. Okay, so basically, going from that, regardless of the subject that we are teaching or the subject that our children are studying in school, okay, everything is probably formulated, even if it comes from the non-Muslim, we know that all knowledge comes from Allah, okay, and the major source of revelation, of course, the Quran. So, we learn, not some are learning directly, some indirectly. The things that we are doing here today, we indirectly. Okay? But inshallah, the things that we in IIUM and IIIT would be thinking this. We need to integrate. That's why you are here also, right? We want to be able to integrate, to work into the things that we do every day, the knowledge that we have every day, even if the source is quote unquote not Quranic. Actually, when we reflect upon this, we will know that this is actually part of the knowledge that Allah has given to us. وَعَلَمَ آدَمَ أَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا. Okay, Al-Baqarah ayat 31, right? And then this is another ayat I would really like to share with you. Focusing, this is Az-Zumar ayat 9. Focusing on the one, قُلْ هَلْ يَسْتَوِي الَّذِينَ يَعْلَمُونَ وَالَّذِينَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ. Are those who know equal to those who know not? Again, emphasizing the need, the impetus for us as Muslims to send our children to school, to actually give them the best of education. Okay, so, but we know that when we send our children to school, and the purpose of education in Islam is not just about to gain knowledge, it's not just about the cognitive part, okay, but it is about, okay, it is about the whole person. Okay? We can, but we don't want our students, our children to go to school, gain so-called knowledge, be so full of knowledge here, but have no akhlaq, right? Okay, so, but this is all actually part of it, why we're sending. So we need to also look at the whole entire school ecosystem here, understand that when we send children to school, so this is why we have also just school psychology, not just the academic part, but how can we get our children to gain knowledge best, but also understanding that the school itself has its own ecosystem and there are other issues beyond cognitive. Okay, so but you have actually throughout this course and the other previous weeks, you have actually looked, okay, even if not in the context of school, but you have looked at this other aspect of development. Okay. But I do want to just share a little bit of this. So I'm not going to, my assumption is what social is, what cognitive is, what emotional is. Okay, but just putting it in the form of school, in the context of school. Okay, and obviously this is not exhaustive. There are so many other issues going on in school. That's why school psychologists, counselors in school, and also teachers as murabbis, they would like to see, whether they are muallim, okay, or murabbi, mudarris, yeah, course, right, we do want this, the social part is there, it's beyond the classroom. Okay. That's why, if those of you who are teachers or who live with teachers, okay, or who are very close with teachers, you know that work is never finished, right? It's not just work is not just what happens in school, but once a teacher, you're a teacher. Okay. All right. So these are just some. Okay, I'm just highlighting this. I'm going to spend just very, very short time in this because I don't want to spend on the cognitive part, but just to very, very briefly share with you, in school we have to understand these are the peer relationships that are the social milieu and the social skills that our children are required to have now. Even as when in school is really important. Okay? When in school, because I think this, children spend a big part of the day in school. Okay, and then once they go to school, that's why if your parents of you can remember when you first send your first child to school, you have this, my child is already a big boy or a big girl. Why? Because you know that now the social sphere is enlarged and you basically have little, as parents, we have little or no little control on this thing. Okay? But we still need to understand because what happens in school will affect what happens at home, will affect how they will also develop. Okay? Or if you're a teacher here, you know that what happens outside of the classroom will also affect what happens in the classroom. Okay? So, peer relationship, having friends, okay? Having friends is very important for young children. Okay? For young children, for adolescents, one of the things, one of the trauma, actually, if you talk to adults, okay, some adults, one of the trauma when they talk about school is being isolated by the peers. Going to school and not feeling that you matter because your peers do not treat you like you are there. Okay, so this may affect also how they, whether they want to go to school. In psychology, people talk about motivation, going to school, and wanting to learn. So this may actually also affect what happens in the learning process. Okay, this the hablum minan nas here. This is where it's going on. So we also need to understand that teachers need to also look at the social skills of these children. Okay, and in some instances, it can be more challenging than others, especially when there are cultural and socio-economic issues. When there's diversity there, okay, it's a challenge. It doesn't mean it's insurmountable as a challenge because we need to understand that everybody is different. There are individual differences. Okay? And when they come from, when these differences come from cultural or socio-economic factors, these can even be more challenging. Have you tried talking to the students in school now? If you listen to them talking to one another, we may feel that are they speaking in English, or are they speaking in a different language? It's like they speak English, but but we don't understand what they're saying. Okay? Spill. But spill is not actually spilling any water. So here, if there's empty space, there's a gossip. Okay? Tell us what's going on. Spill. Tell us what's going on. It doesn't have to be the gossip. Just tell us what's going on. Share it with us. So these are also things that we need to just be able to also know what's going on, so that we do not lose touch with them, but also to understand that some of our children, when they spend too much time alone, they will not be able to give the social skills that they need to give. Okay, and I will just push you to what I think it was Dr. Ruhaya talk about the social psychology aspect, and Dr. Marjana also talked about counseling. These are actually all related to the mental health issues. Dr. Emilia has talked about this. Okay, so I'm going to just leave it here for now. Okay, I'm going to push in a little bit more after this with the social skills deficit later. Okay, but the next issue is the emotional development issue. For emotional development. Okay. Again, this is not exhaustive. This is just highlighting some of the major ones, but not the only ones that we should be concerned about. Okay. Obviously, you have had a session, 1 or 2 sessions on mental health, so we're not going to go into that now. But teachers also have to deal with students who have mental health issues in school. Okay. But I do want to just focus a little bit on the emotional regulation, okay, which also is tied to the social skills just now. Okay. This ability, emotional regulation, is this ability to not just actually manifest what you feel, but actually to recognize our emotion, okay, and know how to manage that emotion, how to regulate that emotion. If you are angry, okay, how do you in school express that anger? You're angry at the teacher, okay? Right? For some reason, the student is angry at the teacher. So obviously, it's not acceptable to shout, to scream at the teacher. Okay, but we also know that if this is a continuous thing and this is not addressed, it's going to lead to some mental health issues. Okay, or it can also lead to behavioral issues in school. So, not being able to express their anger to those who are in authority or who have authority on them, they will then transfer that anger to those who are weaker from them. Then we have another major issue that people have been talking about, which is bullying in school. Okay. So you see now how then it does relate to each other. Okay. And then the other one is, of course, there's a lot of trauma going on wherever you are, and it doesn't have to be large-scale trauma like our children in Palestine or have been facing, but in our personal life, because we're not going to go on the scale of trauma, relative scale of trauma, but for each one of us, there are things that when it happens, it's really very traumatic. It may not be traumatic to others, but maybe traumatic to that person. Okay. Divorce, for example, parents going through divorce, which is also a very common thing for our children in school nowadays. Okay. Some may not face any trauma, because they have the support surrounding that phenomenon. But some may actually face trauma, okay? And the trauma may actually occur even prior to the parents being divorced. So these are things that if we are working with children in school, regardless of whether we're looking at early childhood, primary, secondary, we need to be able to at least detect, okay, that this particular student is going through trauma. You're not supposed, if you don't have a skill, you're not supposed to actually address that trauma. But our job when we work with them is anytime you are working with children, okay, is to actually be able to detect, okay? Not necessarily identify what type of trauma, but detect that this child is not developing as he or she do. Okay? And then if we don't have the skills to address that, then that's where we refer to those who have the skills, who have the training. Okay? But we need to be able to, we cannot say that our job just ends when we go in class, we teach. If you're a teacher, okay, we cannot say that that's it. You know, I just say whatever is there I need to say. Okay, I have covered my lesson for today, and then we're done. And then I'm done. We need to be able to detect these variations in our students' emotional development. Okay. Another thing that's actually very much the impact is cognitive, okay, but it has very much also has to do with emotional regulation and with being able to regulate oneself and being able, as the children grow older, when when they're young, we tell them what to do. Okay? We even sometimes tell them, oh, don't cry. Whether you agree with me or not, but there are sometimes who say that, but meaning that we are telling them what to do. Okay? But as they grow older, and especially in school, they are not in front of us all the time. So we, in Malaysia, for example, a lot of parents also send their children for secondary school. Secondary school begins when they are 13 to what we call boarding school. Okay, so they live in the school. Okay, they live in the school, and then only come back during school holidays. And so of course you're not there to see them, okay, to see whether they are studying or not. So we need to give our children this skill to self-regulate themselves, to know when to study, how to study, to push themselves, to give, to reward themselves when they are studying, or to, especially, I'm going to the next time say why this is actually a skill that some children, even us as adults, some of us, find is very hard to nowadays because of the gadget. Okay, we'll go back to that. We'll go to that later. Okay. But self-regulated learning is the student being able to understand his or her preferred means of study. Okay, some of us, when we talk about multiple intelligences, some of us do better when we are in an environment, when we're in an outdoor environment. Okay. Some of us do better when there are more text to read. Some of us look at text and say, that's so too many words. Okay, too many words per page. I'm not doing this, so there are better with this. Okay, something like this, right? She also has a bit more graphic, but it doesn't have that much graphic actually. Okay, but some would actually study better when they, okay, it's studying easier. So our child, we have to actually help. If we can't, we should actually help our children when they are young to see what is the preferred way of learning. Okay, it's not the only way of learning; it's the preferred way of learning. So they know that if they're not tech oriented, right? They are more visual oriented. Okay, then when they have text to do, they need to transfer the text into images. Okay, they create images that they can understand rather than highlighting the text. Okay, highlighting text for those who are more visual oriented, it doesn't really work. They need to transfer what is from the text um, um, to image. Okay, a visual oriented person. So those are some of the things that we need to get our children to be able to understand, and also to know that when they are tired, to listen to their body, to know, okay, when they are tired, okay, when to push themselves, when not to push themselves. These are all part of self-regulated living. Okay, trust me, if your children have mastered this self-regulated learning, if you're the parent, alhamdulillah, okay, you're going to go, alhamdulillah, okay, you know, you don't have a lot of work that you need to do. You don't have to keep telling your child, don't study now, don't study. So, and if you're also a teacher, you again, alhamdulillah, if they have to take this self-regulated learning, because they can also take charge of their own learning process. Okay? We teachers as adults will help them with the content, okay? But how they will be able to do it themselves. Okay, now I'm going to go to the part where most of that, when we talk about school, we tend to think about cognition, okay, cognitive, because a lot of the things that if they do in school is related to their cognitive ability. Okay, I only have 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to go very, very quickly also here. Okay. They're not actually they're not exclusive. It's not just one or the other, or it's not exhaustive. Again, let me remind you, these are just things to help frame the issues. Okay, move the discussion forward. And so when we talk about cognitive, we need to also realize that there are learning challenges. Okay, as learning challenges, I'm using here the word learning challenges rather than learning disabilities, because learning disabilities like dyslexia are very specific. Okay? And we do need to understand that these are also, this may become barriers, but I do not like to use the word barriers. I would prefer to use the word challenges. But they are challenges to learning, because we need to have a different approach to these types of students. Okay? To go back to students with mental health issues, they will also face learning challenges. When you are so down, so sad, it's very difficult to study. It's very difficult to read and make sense of what you are reading. Right? It's very difficult to watch the YouTube video on, a very specific topic, and it's because you are so sad. But it's not just being so sad that actually pulls us down. When we are extremely happy also, this present learning challenges. So, if you're a teacher who likes to keep your students happy, keep them happy, but don't keep them too happy. Yeah? If you keep them too happy, they will enjoy your class. Definitely, they will enjoy your class. But when you talk to them later and you ask them, so what did you study in class? Yesterday, last week. They will go, I don't remember, but I really like it. Okay, so that defeats the purpose of making things enjoyable. Okay? So there are also issues, for example, learning challenges that's related to technology and related to the socio-economy. If they are not, if they come from the disadvantaged families and they go to school very, very hungry. Okay? We're not talking hungry as in Ramadan fasting hungry. Okay? We're talking hungry as in involuntarily hungry, going without food or going with minimal food because the families cannot afford what they should have. This also means that they will be malnourished. Okay? And this actually will be a challenge in the classroom. It's very difficult for them to pay attention in class. It's very difficult for them to retain what is being taught in class because the physical needs are not fulfilled. Okay? But in our contemporary world, most of the time, what we have with our children is cognitive overload. Okay? Not sure how it is in your countries, but this is something that we hear a lot in Malaysia, and that our children go to school and then come back home, and then they have homework to do. Even during school holidays, they have homework to do. They have assignments to complete. So, and then all these things that they have to do for school, so we may lead to cognitive overload. But also our children, in addition to those things in school, of course, then they go online. Basically, I'm talking on the impact of technology here. Okay? They go online and then they read, they listen, they watch, they have all these other things also, which will also may lead to cognitive overload. Okay? So instead of being able to process things, everything just comes in, but nothing gets analyzed. Okay? When we don't make sense of what we hear, what we listen, we do not develop. Okay? We do not gain knowledge. Reading in and of itself, just reading the text alone does not mean that we learn anything. Okay? Just listening here alone, if you are here with me today, if you're just listening to this, just only listening, you're not going to learn anything. We need to read, to listen, and make sense of what we are listening. Okay? Link it to what we know. Okay? That's actively processing. Okay? And when we are actively processing, we need to use the cognitive capacities. That's why when people say, "Oh, I am multitasking," okay? One of those things that they do will actually be sacrificed. They're not doing at least one of the things. It's not going to be done efficiently. Okay, so we do want to prevent this cognitive overload. One of the things that can lead to cognitive overload is when the things that are being taught, the content or the assignment, the homework that they are doing, the learning activities that they are doing are not developmentally appropriate. Okay? Meaning that it's either way below their level, okay, but that usually would not lead to cognitive overload. But when it's way above the level, then it will lead to cognitive overload. Okay. Okay, again, going back to, when I was working with parents in kindergarten, okay, working with them, working with both the teachers and working with the parents, it is that they are very, at least we in here, what we call kiasu, very competitive. And one of the things that they want kindergarten, children as early as 4 years old, definitely by 5 years old, is to be able to read. Okay. Um, Sometimes it's actually not appropriate. The kind of things that we expect children to be able to do. Okay. Again, to remember that children move at their own pace. Okay. One. But if we are expecting children to do um, mathematics, even addition to, 10 plus 20 at 4 years old, that's not developmentally appropriate. And even if they can recite the numbers, it doesn't mean that they can understand what math is. Okay, so we need to we need to make sure that things are developmentally appropriate. Okay. All right. We know, for example, young children in primary school, the cognitive ability in terms of the ability to think as abstractly, okay, is less advanced compared to those in secondary school. So in primary school, but we should be talking more about concrete things. Okay? Now you ask me, but Allah is abstract. Allah is abstract. Definitely it's not about sensory, but the things Allah created are not abstract, right? So we can teach them the science, okay? The science of Allah, okay? Right? The ayat of Allah, but we teaching the science by asking them, when we talk about, okay, think about the trees. No, you don't ask them to think about the trees, not at this young age. We take them to a tree, to the garden, say, look at these trees. And then, over time, we talk about how they grow. Okay? Watch how they grow. And then, you can see the wonder of the tree itself, the different shapes of leaves, even the different shapes of the leaves, where some trees have flowers, and then they have different flowers. So you have to take them to the garden and get them these things, and then list them. These are the greatness of Allah. Everything, then when they are older in secondary school, then we don't have to take them to the garden because one, assuming that they have the background knowledge, and second is they would be able to also think more abstract. If you say garden, okay, this is where we can talk about technology, or we talk about Allah created people, and He create people of different types. But if you're in a culture where it's homogeneous, everyone looks like you, it's very difficult for young children to think about this. And of course, we're not, going out to the garden is easy, but we can't take the children go out traveling. So this is where we can leverage on technology. Okay. I'm addressing the positive part first. That's usually when people talk about technology, people like to focus on the negative part. Okay, the negative part, like I have previously alluded to, the social skills deficit. Okay, using, our children having access to a personal gadget like that, okay, very early on, okay, may have may actually studies have shown that they do show social deficit. They do not show cognitive deficit because of the things that I talked about just now. We are able to open the world to things that are beyond the here and now. With technology, they can see beyond the here and now. Okay, but this having access to a personal device beyond what is necessary tends to also make our children lose their social skills. Okay, they're very, very talkative online, for example. Like they want to talk. Oh wait! I'm talking to my friends. I'm talking to my friends. And they're so busy, using their social media. Okay, but when they meet people face to face and they're talking to people they have never met, right? But when they go and meet people outside, they're very, very quiet, very shy, very introvert. Okay, that's a social skills deficit. Okay, that could be one impact of technology. Okay, so in school, if you're dealing, you know, I'm not sure how it is over there, but there are many schools here in Malaysia nowadays, especially during COVID. Of course, we really needed to rely on technology. So many schools have also allowed students to bring gadgets to school and also use them in teaching and in the teaching and learning process. Good. Okay, but we also then need to be very observant and also be very particular in terms of the potential negative impact. Okay. This in and of itself, actually, we can talk about this, but again, like I said, technology can also bring about cognitive overload, but technology can also produce, can help or can make the self-regulated learning worse. They forget that they're supposed to study because they are like publishing. Okay, on the screen. Okay, on the screen that has nothing to do with it. So, but it can also be used positively. For example, when they are doing study group, okay, and it's very difficult to be physically present, they can use networks, the social media platforms to study. They can use Teams, they can use Zoom like this, where they can see. Okay? Of course, if you're, all this requires monitoring supervision. But if your child understands that what is given to them is an amanah, yeah, and the responsibility to study is also actually a responsibility that relates to Allah, to them becoming a good Muslim. Inshallah, the monitoring part does not have to be very intensive. Okay, in fact, they and allow your students to explore, allow your students to explore the use of technology to help them learn, to help them become better, to know more than what is in school, what they get in school, and also beyond what you can provide for them physically. Okay, allow them to challenge themselves because in the end, it is about becoming better. Okay, there are a lot of these challenges. I have only just been able to cover what are the kinds of challenges there are, not quite how to deal with the challenges, but I hope during the application just now you have also seen a little bit of how parents, because I've touched on what parents can do, what teachers can do, okay, what students themselves can do, because in the end, when we talk about all these things, okay, this is one of the ayat that I really like to share with people when I also do programs because it goes beyond behavior. Okay? In this particular context, parents and teachers and students need to work together. Okay? We all need to work together to achieve that which is better. Okay? To achieve the objectives of education as it should be in Islam. Okay? So this is, and I think you will also be reminded of this ayat again when Professor Zainal talks about this in his talk later today. Okay, but so I am today because it is time, yeah. Okay, and I'll open this for Q&A.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. So now we come to the Q&A. Because of the time, maybe that I can answer only one or two questions only.
Sure.
So any participant want to have a question? Can also type in the chat, but or you can also raise up your hand. That's more easier. You raise up your hand so that I can unmute you guys. Oh, brother. This is the last session, brother.
Okay. If not that, thank you because Dr. Zeti is already here. Dr. Zeti is already here.
Yeah. If the participant doesn't have question, so thank you very much, brother.
Okay, thank you for your attention.
Sharing today. Inshallah,
Okay.
the slide will give it to me so I can give to the participant.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
See you next
Okay.
time.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Okay.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So now, Dr. Zeti.
Yes, I'm here, Sister Jaria.
Yeah.
Okay, let me share my screen first. See whether I can share. Okay. Alhamdulillah, I'm good. How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, it seems I cannot share it yet. Presentation just now has already...
She already
unshared? Already unshared? Because I got something to share. Okay. All right, hold on. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, sure, that's it. Can you? Okay.
Is it moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Sister Jaria. The topic for my presentation this morning will be on stakeholder engagement, values and challenges. So actually there are several reasons why this topic has been chosen. Yeah. Number one, I tend to witness or observe that stakeholder engagement has started to gain prominence, not only in the literature, but also in practice. Stakeholder engagement is quite popular or often associated with CSR initiative or corporate social responsibility. It is a very a widely accepted framework for CSR in order to prevent CSR from becoming self-serving. Self-serving here means the CSR program is only benefiting the organization instead of making any impact to society. So therefore, normally organization will do stakeholder engagement prior doing any CSR effort in order to understand the actual need of the stakeholder, and to ensure that they are very much involved in the activity and to get benefit from it. And this engagement continue, especially when organization would like to do to measure the effectiveness of their CSR initiative and to see whether the CSR has accomplished its objective to the organization and to the stakeholder at large. And the same concept applies to other community engagement and sustainability effort, especially now when companies are embracing the SDG and the ESG to remain competitive. So from there, we get to see that stakeholder engagement becoming a new business approach, where stakeholder is becoming a partner to organization. So it's like a partnership approach now. So being a partner, obviously stakeholder need to have a more active role, in terms of providing information, sharing issues that matters to the organization. And also I get to see that stakeholder engagement is becoming a very important process when organizations are doing EIA and SIA. So EIA referring to the environment impact assessment and the social impact assessment. So this information are required by the regulators, where organizations have to submit the EIA and the SIA prior getting approval for any developmental project. So these are among things that have prompted me to talk about stakeholder engagement, values, and challenges. But there are also some ethical concerns that I observe along the way. For example, based on my recent research, I observed that in terms of company reporting about their CSR initiative or any social investment that they made, they often focusing more on what business will be getting, or the business centric. Business centric referring to how their engagement with the stakeholder make them appear more competitive, more resilient, and able to get a good image out of it. So that's the business centric dimension. And we also fear that stakeholder engagement will just becoming something for organization to report on, something that they have done, rather than making or ensuring the stakeholder engagement produce an impactful initiative to the community that they are serving. And because of that, the statement or the claim made by Greenwood 2007, when he stated that stakeholder engagement does not equate with responsible business behavior, I think that statement is worth to be pondered, up to this level. Okay, to guide through the lecture, I have prepared the content based on this item. The first one is I'm going to go through with you on the agency theory versus stakeholder theory by looking at how organization view or perceive stakeholder in business, and then moving on, defining stakeholders and defining stakeholder engagement. Next, to look at the value of stakeholder engagement and the challenges of stakeholder engagement. And number 6, sorry for the typo, the role of business from the Islamic perspective and stakeholder engagement in the Quran. So these are basically the item that I will be elaborating. Okay, the stakeholder, the agency theory. So the agency theory, which gaining popularity in 1960s and 1970s, claim that the priority of business is to maximize profit for its shareholders. So it seems that organizations appear to only prioritize shareholders as their only stakeholder. So in this regard, they are discounted other stakeholder. Just prioritizing the owner or the shareholder, investing money into the organization. So in this context, the shareholders or the owner have entrusted managers as agent of shareholders. And the managers are expected to manage resources that will benefit the shareholders' interests. Okay, so obviously those who advocate to this perspective, they even claim that if the agent or the managers use the resources like the money for other investment for the benefit of other stakeholder, that as if like imposing taxes to the shareholders. Okay, and another perspective is the stakeholder theory, where this theory emphasizes the importance of addressing the need of other stakeholders, not just shareholders. Okay, and we believe that doing this is very important because the input coming from other stakeholders are valuable for them prior making any decision. Not just the stakeholder, not just the shareholders. And this perspective is more balanced in nature. It helps organization to be more balanced in achieving their goal while also looking into the need and the expectation of other stakeholders. So these are the two theories where they get to see the position of the stakeholders, yeah, from the organization's perspective. Now moving on, yeah, who are the stakeholders? Okay. So the stakeholders originally defined as group or individual without whose support the organization would cease to exist, meaning that the role of stakeholder is very important because without them, organization will not be able to survive. So organizations are indebted or in need for their support. Okay, for example, the employees, where they are the internal stakeholder, and without them, organization won't be able to function. At the same time, there are many other external stakeholders like the community, the government, the media, yeah, and there are many other subgroups within the community itself that matters to the organization. So without them supporting the organization won't be able to survive in the long run. Yeah, and Carol here, yeah, is a very renowned professor in the area of CSR and business and ethics. She mentioned about listing list of stakeholder here, which include the shareholders or the owners, the employee, the customers, suppliers, local community, any interest group could be coming from the civil society representative, yeah, government, the media, and society at large. But of course, different organization will have to deal with different stakeholders, okay, that matters to them. And interestingly, in one article by Kakak Batse, she mentioned that environment should be seen also as one of the stakeholder the organization must be focusing on. Okay, moving on now is about stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement should not be seen as just an outcome or the ultimate outcome of any activity or any organization activity. Yeah, it should be a process by which organization identify and interact with individual or group who have a stake or interest in the outcome of its action. So what does this mean? It means that stakeholder engagement is not just an ultimate goal. Yeah, actually, it's a process bringing to the ultimate goal. Yeah, and that process should be constant and ongoing. Yeah, for example, when we talk about stakeholder engagement, it requires involvement, yeah, from stakeholder and organization. Yeah, and both parties need to interact, share information, and that process will continue because issues change, contexts change, challenges also change over time. So that process should be ongoing for organization to solicit ideas, information from stakeholders. Yeah, and what do organizations do with that? Because stakeholder engagement is not only about just casual interaction. The stakeholder engagement is engaging with the stakeholder, interacting with the stakeholder in order to further understand, yeah, the need and the expectation of the stakeholders concerned. Yeah, so from there, organization must compile or analyze the information coming from them and try to integrate in any decision making, any project or any program that will benefit both parties. Yeah, so it is really a process, not just an end out of it. And interestingly, Greenwood, 2007, he defined stakeholder engagement as the practices that the organization undertake to involve stakeholders in a positive manner in organizational activities. So getting stakeholders to be involved, yeah. So how do we do that? How to get them to be involved, and who will be involved? Yeah, so that requires organization to really deliberate, and coming back to Freeman, they have to identify who are the relevant stakeholder, doing the stakeholder mapping, yeah, and then identify how best to approach them so that they will be involved, yeah, in the organization activities. Okay, and that involvement is not only involving and interacting with them, but something the organization must bring into the boardroom to further discuss and deliberate and to incorporate in their business strategy or activities. Yeah. So obviously, stakeholder engagement is not a one-way communication process. Yeah, it's a two-way communication process because organizations are actually trying to solicit information or trying to get genuine feedback from the stakeholder that they are engaged with. Okay, so from here we get to see that stakeholder engagement is somewhat a complex process. It's not something that is straightforward by just having an interaction with the stakeholders. Okay, so moving on is on the value of stakeholders, stakeholder engagement. Now, the interaction that the organization is having with the stakeholders should be genuine, yeah, because that interaction allows organization to make decision or design a particular project or making adjustment to the project, yeah, because what they are trying to do here, yeah, is to making sure what they are offering will be benefiting not only the organization and the public at large. Yeah, so but before they can make that kind of decision, yeah, they have to really engage, yeah, and consider a point of view coming from multiple direction or multiple stakeholders, yeah, so that eventually the decision made is really an informed decision, yeah, a decision that have considered or deliberated other point of views, yeah, and it will also make the decision more fair and just, yeah, not only to the organization per se, but also to the stakeholders at large. Okay, so that is one of the value that organization will be getting out of it. Okay, and secondly is stakeholder engagement also enhance transparency. Now, the stakeholder won't know what is going on in the organization, what is going on in the boardroom, especially the external stakeholder, because they are far away from the organization. But when organizations are engaging with them, yeah, organizations are sharing information about what they are doing, yeah, about maybe the implication of their business action or activities back to the stakeholder. So the organization, in a way, are trying to be more transparent, yeah, by telling the initiative that they have been doing at their part. Okay, and these include externalities. Externalities are something that is unintended consequences. Yeah, that they don't intend that consequences to occur, but it may occur to some extent. So externalities could be negative in nature, like maybe from the business activity, it may yield pollution, yeah, noise, or it will affect comfort, yeah, among the stakeholder involved. Yeah, so when stakeholder engagement is ongoing, yeah, they will be able to convey all these possibilities and try to get feedback and see how best that can be resolved. Yeah, and that what happened in the EIA and the SIA, yeah, the environmental impact assessment, where organizations are assessing, they are not just reflecting, yeah, how their business activities can impact the environment, but they are finding ways how best to reduce that impact, because that impact have to be borne by the stakeholders affected. Same goes to the social impact assessment. So this is one way to be more transparent, yeah, and that is very important because that is one way to engender trust, yeah, from the stakeholders. Okay, the next one is mitigating risk and conflict. Yeah, through stakeholder engagement, organization will be able to identify possible risk. Yeah, risk could easily transpire from organization activities, decision making, programs. Yeah, so these are risks potential risk that could happen if things are not being done properly. Yeah, so through that engagement, yeah, getting feedback from the stakeholders, organization will be able to identify issues that they fail to identify much earlier, because this issue could be very contextualized, issues that is coming from the local context, yeah, not just from the organization side. And at the same time, they will be able to identify issues because they may be like really saturated with the project already and they aren't able to see other things. So they will be able to address any blind spot coming from the stakeholders' feedback just now. Okay, so that's another value. And next one is ensuring inclusivity, where during stakeholder engagement, organization will be able to get ideas, information coming from multiple group of people, not just the majority, but the minority, the marginal group, yeah, people in the rural area, the needy, or even people with special need. Yeah, looking into what are their expectations, what are their issues, what are their concerns, and trying to compile and analyze those prior making any decision or pursuing with any projects. Okay, so here we get to see that the value is not only for the organization per se, but the value is also for the stakeholders, yeah, that they are engaging. Because now stakeholders supposedly they know more about the organization, yeah, and they know more about how the organization activity would affect them, yeah, in the future or now. Okay, so it should be a win-win situation rather than just benefiting the organization per se. Okay, I just would like to sum up this based on Greenwood again. Yeah, when you say that engagement can be seen as a mechanism to achieve a number of objectives, including gaining consent, having more control, yeah, getting cooperation, accountability, yeah, where organizations are be accountable to the stakeholders by sharing information that they're supposed to know or they have the right to know, and involving the stakeholders. And these are all serve as a method for enhancing trust, because now we are living in a trust deficit era, or as a substitute for true trust as a discourse to enhance fairness or a mechanism of corporate governance. Yeah, so so we get to see how crucial stakeholder engagement is, yeah, at this moment. Okay, and next one will be on the challenges. Yeah, the challenges of doing stakeholder engagement. Yeah, stakeholder engagement, as I said just now, is not something that straightforward or very easy to do. Okay, it is somewhat complex and it requires time. Yeah, so obviously, number one, stakeholder engagement is time consuming. Organization need to spare time to engage with the stakeholder because it involves many things. Yeah, they cannot simply just go and approach anybody. They have to identify the stakeholders and identify who is the gatekeeper there so that they will be able to gain access. You know, gaining access itself is time consuming, especially when you are an outsider. People won't trust you, and you will need time to identify who is the right person to talk with. Yeah, so gaining access require time. And at the same time, this is not just one-off activity. You have to, organization have to do it repeatedly. Yeah, maybe when they come for the first time, they just will get to know one another. Second time, the discussion will be more in-depth. Yeah, third time, when they become more familiar and already have some trust in the organization, they will start to, you know, share more information. So it is a repeated activity, yeah, that organization have to consider. So it is time consuming, and some organization may not have the time, yeah, to engage with the stakeholders. Second challenge is communication. So that's where I come from. Yeah, communication is another essential aspect. Yeah, we have to accept the fact that communication is the essence for stakeholder engagement. Without communication, there won't be any engagement. Without communication, there won't be any engagement happening. Yeah. So communication again is gonna be something complex here, because you are approaching or encroaching into someone else's area. Therefore, company have to get the trust. They have to gain the trust first. Without trust, there won't be a genuine communication happening, because everything will be so superficial. So, and that trust must be gained, and that require communicator to appear more credible, yeah, knowledgeable, approachable, yeah, to get that trust, yeah. And after trust is there, then there will be more communication flowing, yeah, because communication for stakeholder engagement is not a one-way street. It should be a two-way street. The communication must appear in the form of a dialogue. Yeah, organization will be saying or sharing something and hoping the stakeholder will be sharing a lot more. So that dialogue is really necessary. Without that dialogue, information will just be coming from the company. Yeah, because we don't want something happen like organization is imposing to the stakeholder and make decision based by doing that. Yeah, it should be a lot of information that coming from the stakeholder itself. And when that dialogue happen, the importance of listening, yeah, listening is very crucial, because organization need to really listen what the stakeholders are raising and try to understand from their perspective, yeah, relating to their context. Yeah, so when listening is activated, then organization will be able to understand better, yeah, why the rejection, why the complaint is coming from the stakeholders. Yeah, so listening is really crucial, because without listening, you won't be able to understand, yeah, why the problem come about. And with that, your dialogue and good listening, then organization will not only understand, but they have the empathy. Yeah, they will have that level of understanding and wanting to assist. Yeah, how best can they assist in order to make sure stakeholders are protected while they are pursuing with the project. Yeah, so communication is the essence, and organization, if they are sending any spokesperson to meet with the community, they have to find someone who can speak well, yeah, who can speak clearly, who can really engage and blend well with the community. Yeah, or before sending, just prepare some kind of training so that they are more prepared and they are able to anticipate what will be coming out from that dialogue or engagement. Now, the next one is lack of resources. Okay, lack of resources. Yeah, resources is also part of, time is also part of resources. But here the resources is very much towards the personnel. They may not have enough manpower to pursue stakeholder engagement. And maybe they don't have enough budget. Yeah, because as I said, stakeholder engagement require constant or repeated activities. Yeah, so that require time, money, from the organization side. Okay. Another challenge would be diverse and conflicting interests. Now, when information are flowing, coming from different groups of people, so they will be diverse and very conflicting interests. So the interests coming from the stakeholder may not be aligned with the interests of the organization. So how can organization find a common ground and make sure everybody involved are satisfied with the decision? So this is somewhat tricky and require more analysis, more deliberation from the organization and from the stakeholder side. Yeah, but obviously this will occur at certain point. Yeah, an organization must be able to manage that well. Next is on the cultural and social differences. Cultural differences, especially it may happen to like international company, multinational companies trying to understand the local context, the social context of the host country, or anything that this kind of differences, yeah, which is a barrier to communication actually, and this need to be overcome. So organization need to be more sensitive in terms of how to deal with different culture, different religion, different social landscape, so that they are more careful in their communication, more careful in what they are suggesting, because we don't want cultural differences spark any conflict, or discomfort with the stakeholder, because that will affect trust, or stop trust from develops. Okay. Last but not least, this may not be the last. I'm sure there are many more challenges here, but I'm just selecting a few here. Is stakeholder fatigue. Yeah, stakeholder fatigue rarely being discussed, but I think it's really important because over engagement with stakeholder, with the same stakeholder all over again, without showing any visible result, without showing any concrete outcome that benefit them, will make them tired and demotivated to continue. Yeah, so we don't want stakeholder fatigue to happen, because that will make stakeholder engagement stagnant instead of more dynamic. Okay, so these are among the challenges that I would like to address today. Next, okay, by looking at the role of business from the Islamic perspective. Now, we have discussed about the agency theory, the perspective coming from the organization, how they only value the shareholders, and then the stakeholder theory. Now, it would be interesting to look at the role of business from the Islamic perspective and how Islam see the value of stakeholders. So, I quoted this from Asute et al. 2007, where it mentioned about cooperation is an integral part of society. Therefore, corporation do have some moral and ethical obligation. So the moral and social responsibility of business is to care for their stakeholders while they are in the process of earning. So Islam very much emphasis on stakeholders, not just shareholders. So in Islam, the purpose of business is not just to maximize its own profit. It's not to maximize the own profit, but also to look after the other component and the stakeholder, especially those deprived segment of society. So from here, it's so obvious where Islam encourage businesses to also look after stakeholders, other stakeholders, not just shareholders, and really do justice and assist those who are really in need, because that should be part of business responsibility. Okay. And this brings to one very close element to stakeholder engagement. If we look at in the Quran, maybe there is no word like stakeholder engagement appear, but we get to see the concept of consultation or mutual consultation being repeatedly mentioned in the Quran. I selected two surah for this one. The first one is from Surah Ashura, verse 38, where Allah say, who respond to their Lord, establish prayer, conduct their affairs by mutual consultation, and donate from what we have provided for them. So we get to see that doing mutual consultation is a very important characteristic of a believer. And Allah command us to do mutual or to practice mutual consultation in all our affairs. So that is strongly required in Islam. Okay, and the next surah is from Surah Al-Imran, verses 159. Where Allah say, "It is out of Allah's mercy that you, O Prophet, have been lenient with them. Had you been cruel or hard-hearted, they would have certainly abandoned you. So pardon them, ask Allah forgiveness for them, and consult with them in conducting matters. Once you have made a decision, put your trust in Allah. Surely Allah loves those who trust Him." So from here we get to see if Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam engage in mutual consultation. And this show consultation is a very valuable practice in leadership and decision making. And many things could be achieved during the consultation process, because from there we get to see Islam really value collective effort rather than individual effort, because through collective effort you'll be able to get more, rather than depending on one person. So we get to see the value of collective involvement that will contribute to strengthen relationship among us or among our group. And we get to see the value of inclusiveness, where the perspective from multiple groups are being discussed. And during that discussion, maybe there are disagreements, there are maybe we tend to fight, but we can get that resolved during the consultation process. And also it makes this group to be more accountable. So meaning that the responsibility is not only upon one person who made the decision, but the responsibility or the accountability is for everyone who are involved. So they have to be accountable for what they are suggesting. They have to be accountable for any suggestion that they provide here. So that's very beautiful when it comes to mutual consultation. Okay, which very much encourage. And from here also, whatever decision that we make, the last or the final stage will be leave everything to Allah, because from consultation alone there will be a lot of barakah coming in, and for sure Allah will guide for the best decision. And this applies even in the workplace, where in the workplace we happen to see there are many meetings conducted at the departmental level, at the higher level. So these are an example of consultation, where in the meeting they shouldn't be just like a one-way communication where the superior is imposing ideas, but what should happen is trying to get or solicit ideas from everyone prior making decisions, so that everyone will feel accountable and belong to that decision. Okay. So I think that will be all for me. If there is any I have one more, sorry. Okay. I would like to share this hadith. It's about compassion. So this is not about consultation, but compassion. From Abu Hurairah, narrated by the messengers of Allah, said, "Whoever relieve a Muslim of a burden from the burden of the world, Allah will relieve him of a burden from the burden of the Day of Judgment. And whoever help ease a difficulty in the world, Allah will grant him ease from a difficulty in the world and in the hereafter. And whoever cover the fault of a Muslim, Allah will cover his fault for him in the world and the hereafter. And Allah is engaged in the helping the worshipper as long as the worshipper is engaged in helping his brother." So another element in stakeholder engagement is when we engage with the stakeholder, we're able to understand, empathize with their hardship, with their situation, and that will inspire organization and other people to help out. So that is where the element of being compassionate, being compassionate to other people, and wanting to help, and that won't be automatic, because that require a lot of engagement, to take place. Okay, that will be all from me. If there is any question.
Doctor, there is question in the chat box.
in the chat box.
Yeah.
Um, having successfully implemented stakeholder engagement. Okay, all right, company that categorized as having successfully implemented stakeholder engagement. To give one particular example, that will be somewhat hard. But I get to see, like in Malaysia context, many big corporation, yeah, especially government-linked companies, are doing a lot of engagement. And that engagement is somewhat genuine because what they do, I mean, we learn from what they reported in the annual report or in their integrated annual report. So we learn what they did, because now company have to report, especially companies, public listed companies, GLC, they have to report their CSR activity. So we get to know what they do and how they engage, who they engage, yeah, and we get to see the outcome of the engagement. Yeah, meaning that they really identify area of improvement that they have made uh, after that engagement activities. Yeah, so to give one exemplary example, it would be difficult because different organizations have certain dimension of their engagement activities. But what I can say for now is mainly coming from big corporations where engagement appear to be very important, because most of these organizations, they embrace ESG, SDG, so they have to engage whether they like it or not. Yeah, I hope that answer your question. Who is asking it now? Yeah, brother Dewan Guru. One MDB involved Najib class kid organ having just one stakeholder. Yeah, so we get to see the negative effect coming from, not doing any genuine stakeholder engagement, yeah, in making decision. Is there any other question?
From the chamber, that's all, Doctor.
Okay, Mr. Jaria. Thank you, everybody. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you for sharing today. And now, Alhamdulillah, we have come to the break. Inshallah, we will come back at 11, inshallah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Prof Zainal, are you here? Because I can't find your name. If you can raise up your hand, Prof. Okay, I can see you. I can see you. Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Salam.
Uh, okay. How are you, Prof?
Good, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Prof, can you try to share screen?
Yeah, wait, I just...
Prof, this is the second time, right?
I don't remember. Don't remember. Is it? Is it second time?
I think this is the second time.
Is that? Okay. Tak ingat dah lah. Okay,
Okay,
can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen. Can you try to move it? Okay. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Now we come back to the second session, and then, as usual, we will continue with two more from our lectures sharing today, inshallah. So, without further ado, today we will listen from Prof. Zainal Abidin Sanusi, inshallah. He will present to us the topic of sustainable development and social responsibility. Prof, you have 45 minutes, and you can leave 5 minutes for Q&A, Prof.
45 minutes. All right, okay, thank you. 45 minutes, that's long. All right. I'm trying to browse through who is around. Quite a number. Okay, all right. 70 participants. Okay, all right, okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Jara, and all the participants from different time of the world. Thank you for sustaining your energy. I see there's a series of lectures that are scheduled to be held today. Okay, all right. Basically, my sharing is more of like trying to highlight the importance of looking at issue of sustainable development, which I think no one can say that they didn't hear anything about sustainable development, yeah, or sustainable development goals, because that's the buzzword now. Everyone is talking about it, yeah. And social responsibility is one of the means for that, okay. So which I believe it's just one of the mean. And before this, issue of environmental conservation, etc., is usually being addressed through the channel of social responsibility, right? So that's why I guess the rationale behind why having sustainable development and social responsibility. But personally, yeah, I would not touch so much about social responsibility, because the addressing issue of sustainable development is about social, is about responsibility. So it is an embedded thing. Yeah. All right. I'm sure everyone are fully aware of what is happening in LA. All right, and it's quite awakening, and it's also reflecting something a bit different from whatever happened before. Right, and it's nothing then reminding us that we are at the peak already. Yeah, many people have said that we're already at the peak before, but not many triggered that we are a very serious threat of climate change. Yeah, and To some people, some other group of people, we would see that they are aware of the threat, but always there is whole group of people that is not fully aware in terms of fully acting on it. Yeah, until your house is burnt down, until your crops, agricultural crops is affected, until your place is affected by flash flood, then only we take serious about what is climate change, what needs to be done. Yeah, but as Muslim, that's not the attitude. That's not the style. That shouldn't be the way we behave. Yeah, it's not about waiting until the end. Only that we are looking at what needs to be done. Yeah, and we know very well that we are not living for this life. We are living for the other life. So we are talking about the whole preparations. Okay. All right. So I hope that has triggered to you that issue sustainable development is not issue that we can play around. Yeah. But what has always been missing is that what change there is needed in order to address this issue of sustainable development. If we just hear it from someone and then no single behavioral change happen, then it's as good as not hearing it. Yeah, because sustainability is about actions. No actions mean the same as not listening to it. Okay, all right. What will I be sharing in the next 30 minutes? Yeah, I will be trying to highlight more in a different way for you to see. For those who have not seen yet, I'm sure many of you, or if not everyone, have seen what are the example, what is the issue of sustainable development apart from the LA fire. Yeah. So and see how relevant and how real they are. Okay. The first round is, the first group is first component is to see what is sustainable development, what is sustainable development goal. Yeah. As you can see on the screen, the opposite of sustainable development is unsustainable development, and that's how the world has been progressing. Yeah, the word progress, but progressing unsustainably. All right, and how is that manifested? It's voiceless growth, ruthless growth. If you put in a bit crude way, yeah. Futureless growth, yeah, we realize that the way that we live now, the lifestyle that we have now, according to one American survey, that we need another 4 planets for us to live in 2050 if we continue to live in this way. All right, but unfortunately, whatever we say, people are still living in their lifestyle, right? And we know one of the reasons that is attributed for why fires in LA is very bad is that there's no water supply, is one, but the lifestyle that they have there, right, is so luxury, not thinking about the future generations. Okay, so that is one of the reasons why it become that bad. All right, to put in a bit more structured way, the development that we have is economic development, social development, yeah, ecological development or ecological preservation in that manner, and cultural development. And we see that inside this, what is claimed to be economic development, the disparity is getting bigger between one group to another. All right, and we talk about social development. We see that surrounding the development, the physical development, there are another group of people still living in poverty. So you will see the social equity issues there, right? And then ecologically, we claim we've got the tallest building, right? The most advanced technology, but look at the impact or the dead fish there, right? And culturally, we would see that the gap and the missing cultural values is getting worse and worse, right? And if you want to put into statistic, 2022, approximately 2.5 billion adults is overweight, yeah? And out of this 43%, 890 is obese. But what I want to highlight is this one, yeah? Yet, in developing countries, nearly half of all deaths is because of malnutrition. So what are we talking about here? What kind of development are we talking about here, right? Is it fair? And of course, if you see from Islamic perspective or whoever, even from humanitarian perspective, yeah, it's just not right, right? It's just not logical that we have half a population, or even more than half, is living luxuriously, right? But more, the other half is really living under poverty. So what are we talking about here, right? So this is what a real illustrations of unsustainable development, okay? But this is nothing new. We've been aware of this, yeah? But how do we bring in this into mainstream perspective, okay? And it's not just something that we talk in a conference. We hear from someone speaking about a minister or prime minister talking about it and nothing happened on the ground, the same lifestyle. Right? Now is about making change on the ground and walk the talk, right? Rather than talk the talk and so on. Okay, and this is another way how to further emphasize the importance of these issues of unsustainable development. Yeah, we know how the living conditions, how the scenarios in Africa, all right? Not just to illustrate that it's Africa very poor, but it's the same conditions, yeah, in our areas as well, right? And at the same time, you will see the equity issues on the other side of the world. Yeah, so this is so clear, and day by day is getting clearer and clearer. All right, not just in terms of environment, but in terms of economics and social aspect as well. Okay, and this is another way of highlighting it. Yeah, I see how this inequity issues is there and it's always been there. Yeah, but as again, what I'm trying to highlight here is that what are we doing as a person? All right, we hear this today, we hear this yesterday, we hear this a day before yesterday, we hear this 10, 15 years back, right? But things getting worse, and people keep on saying it, and there's no actions from at least on our side. So I am giving the perspective from university perspective, what universities are doing about this. Yeah, it's not enough just talking about it. Talking about it that's been done even 100,000 years before. Okay, all right. This is what sustainable development is, yeah, definition, some of the definition. But the most famous one, the usually quoted one, is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Yeah, meaning fine, you can have your forecast today, provided, yeah, your children or your grandchildren will not be affected of enjoying the environment that we are having now. All right, they will not be affected by the climate change. You can have 100 car, if that possible, not affecting your future generations, our future generation, enjoying the same kind of environmental conservation or greeneries that you have. Right? And sustainable development is also about, it's also about good life. Yeah, some people see that sustainable development is just about environmental issues. No, it's totally wrong. Those are environmental development, quote unquote. Yeah, those are environmental awareness, those are environmental educations. All right, there's the evolutions there. People are not talking about environmental educations anymore. Why? Because talking about environmental education alone will not be sufficient. You need to look at it holistically. I mean, whatever environmental issues has to be addressed with the addressing of issues of economics and social aspect as well. The third definition that's commonly used is to improve the quality of life while living within the carrying capacity of ecosystem. There, right, first environmental issues, but together with the environmental issues come implications on the lifestyle, as I was saying just now, right? And at the same time, you want to emphasize the importance of social aspect of it. Yeah, any development activity can be said even this dynamic process, right? So it's not belong to developed countries. It's not an issue of developing countries or least developing countries. It's togetherness, so that everyone can have the opportunity to be developed. Okay, all right. Another simplified way of putting up what is sustainable development in a shorter term is that living a good life, one, is systematic planning, because it's also systemic thinking. Right? We cannot solve environmental issues just by environmental perspective alone. We know very well, right? So, but unfortunately, that's how universities is. Just to give an example, yeah, we have Department of Environment, we have Department of Social Science, and then the other thing, they're not talking to each other. That's why the problems out there in the real world, which is very transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary, is difficult to be solved. Why? Because the experts come from different disciplines. They are not used to be talking to each other, working with each other under a transdisciplinary thing. That's why systematic planning is something that is important component for sustainable development. It's a dynamic process. You cannot solve immediately. It requires processes, it requires stages. Yeah. It's definitely thinking about future generations. If you think about current generation, yeah, you can enjoy, can do this and that, but the impact of climate change today is not an outcome of 10, 15 years. It's like 50, 100 years back, right? The industrialization process, which we're proud of. But now climate change is definite outcome of this industrialization process. Okay. The other one is living quality of carrying capacity. Yes, we know about this. Yeah, the eco footprint that you have. Everyone of single human being in the world have their own ecological footprint. All right. Count your ecological footprint by looking at how much you spend on money, how much you spend on food and etc. on traveling. Yeah. Okay. All right. So in short, to put a proper definitions or understanding what is sustainable development is that finding the yellow zone. What do I mean by the yellow zone is whereby the activities, the lifestyle is giving equal impact and considerations toward environmental situations, social and economic. All right. So the lighter blue is not good enough. Sustainable economic development will not be achieved unless you talk about social aspect as well. So in my class, I usually ask the students to just remember these three diagram, this Venn diagram. So if people ask what is sustainable development, is finding a balance, meaning finding the yellow zone. Or in Arabic, sometimes in Islamic university, we use the word the mizan, between the three, right? So the one that is the one in the middle, the one that balance all the perspective. And just a quick introduction. So we know very well from 1 to 17, these are something that we hear daily now. Yeah, the goals number 1 until goals 17. Okay. All right. But real issues there is that then what need to be sustained or what need to be developed? How do we find a compromise between the two? And that's what balancing is all about. Right, we know very well that the earth need to be sustained. The diverse biodiversity need to be sustained. Yeah, and the cultures, the group, the places need to be sustained. But that does not mean that we cannot develop. We need development. So the one on the right hand side is something that we are referring to. What need to be developed? Definitely the wealth, the productive sector, the consumptions. Yeah, but within limit, of course. Yeah. So sometimes this is something that is cliche. Yeah, how do we find the balance? But that is something that need to be educated, need to be instilled, and requires everyone participations. All right, we should not be having a group of people who are sustainability scientists, because that will be creating another silos in that. Sustainability issues is about everyone is fully aware of the principles and the practice. All right. If you create again another group, another department, all right, another specific field that is just talking about them, not talking about talking to each other, that's not about addressing sustainable development. Okay. All right. So given all these scenarios and perspective, let me try to be more practical and see how this happen, all this unsustainability happen, and how sustainable development can be brought in by or through the functions of universities or educational institutions in general. Yeah. The critics on universities' role has long been there. Yeah, 100 years. Yeah, I had an opportunity to talk to this ex-Harvard dean of IT or ICT, School of HTC, who wrote the book Azlan Without a Soul. Okay, message from here is that the functions of university has gone haywire. All right, the commercializations, commodifications, yeah, capitalism has all made knowledge become commercial products, and because of that, the focus is not about building character. It's not about addressing the soul. They are just talking about the brain and the mind, forgetting the soul. That is why what he was not happy with when I met him is that he is saying that a simple term is that we can produce excellent graduate, 4 flat or 5 flat, 6 flat, yeah, whatever flat that you want to call. But when it comes to actual need on the ground, they can be flat, right? They can be falling flat on the ground because they are not able how to function. So in that sense, the larger sense of purpose of university is being questioned, right? And a good illustration is that we universities or educational institution is just like an assembly line. You come in the first day, you go through this and that, exam classes, tests, and etc. You come out as a product looking for employment, right? Your degree is the certificate, right? That's the thing that you will be filtered out by the degree. If you get a good degree, then you'll be employed. They forget about the character, forget about the values and attitudes. Yeah. Why? Because the process university itself is shaping a robot, not shaping a human being. Okay? So sustainable development is calling for shaping a human being rather than shaping a human capital. Right? There's a big difference there between human capital and human being. Right? Are we producing human capital or producing human being? Okay? All right. Quickly, this is a metaphor. All right. So, unfortunately, that's how the state of the universities. That's how the conditions of the universities now, right? But of course, we are seeing different evolutions now, a different emergence of different kind of universities now. Like, for example, at our university, it's not just about producing graduates who score 4 flat, yeah, and not about preparing them to be employed. It's more of making them a human being, either they want to be employed by a business industry or even serving the community. It doesn't matter. But they are being a good human being, meaning that human first, engineer second, doctor second, social scientist second, or whatever. Yeah, human first. And how do we do that practically? Yeah, how do we make that change? Yeah, in terms of like being practical, because as I said in the beginnings that. Talking about sustainable development is not talking about knowledge. It's not talking about theory. It's not talking about concept. I guess the world have enough knowledge. The world have enough theories. What is missing, what is lacking is our action. Right? The same goes to when we hear some group of sahabat companion that they would not go to listen to a new hadith until it put it into actions. They worry, they're scared to receive the new hadith or to hear the new wahyu revelation from God until they put into practice what they have heard before. That is just to illustrate strictly, right? All this knowledge is not knowledge until it's put into action. All right? It's just a piece of information. So here, what I'm trying to say is that you can do great research. Yeah, my friends in online, yeah, you can do research, first class research that is published in Q1, published in Scopus, this and that, but what is the impact of that research on the ground? All right. Of course, I'm not saying that it's useless, yeah, but how long does it take to give impact on the ground, or are we even working on research on things that is needed by the society? Because sometimes we are working on something that is not necessarily just for the name of in the pursuit of knowledge, right? Not on the pursuit of benefit of knowledge. So you will see these are the common reason why we do research, right? New knowledge and etc. But my point here is that ask ourselves, we want to publish, we want to have impactful journal, or we want to have an impactful research to the ground, right? Because we know very well now in the journal, those people on the ground or the society, the community may not even care what you write in a journal. Not only that, we have to pay to publish now, right? Even to read the article, the research that you're spending so much time on requires money, all right? So if we talk about sustainable development is talking about research that will fulfill the 4 A's that I will share later on, yeah? Okay, all right. This is basically just to summarize that I was talking just now. Let's question the research that we're doing in our university. As educational institutions, the research that you're doing, how much is it giving impact on the ground? Or you are just considering the impact factor? And that's what is happening now, yeah? All right. I think I skipped this one, yeah? This is just to further illustrate that now the trend, the principles in sustainable development is about putting together the 4 perspective, yeah? The academia, the industry, the government, and the community. I'm sure you all have heard about this triple helix. Triple helix has been the governance structure before, right? Only the academia, the industry, and government. The community is seen as beneficiary. The community is seen as the recipient. They are not part and parcel of the process of finding what needs to be researched. So that is why you will see that some research are, with caution, useless to the community. Right? Can be great advancements of knowledge, quote unquote, there, but it can be questions if it's not benefiting to the society. So there come the term of translational research, the research that can be directly serving the benefits of to the society. Yeah, and this is the context of our ministry before. Yeah. Okay, this is what I was saying just now. Yeah, are we looking for impact or impact factor? So this is common now. Everyone is going, all universities, if not all universities, are looking for ranking in the time educations or even in QS, right? But this ranking, does it do any good to the society? Not necessarily. Unfortunately, that's what they're going for, right? So when we talk about sustainable development, the principle and the practice is about mainstreaming the kind of research that will benefit the community, not just to publish in the first quartile journal. Okay, all right. All right, let's skip that one. Yeah. So I just want to give an example that we have one great scholar, even now a vice chancellor, before director general. She has produced what is called rapid diagnosis test. Yeah. This is what is the different? What is the unique thing about this is that some disease, would require a lot in order to be instituted or to be used in certain areas. But she make it very simple as a kit style. It's just one box that you can carry over, right? So what she's trying, for example, the tuberculosis, for example, yeah. So what is the function of this one is that she is thinking about those society who are not having access to all the advanced technology and etc. How do we bring this kit? Yeah. So I was saying just now, in short, what it requires in terms of to mainstream research for sustainable development is that the research has to be appropriate to our culture or our community, has to be made affordable. It's not something that is just for elite group of people. Has to be made accessible. What's the point of research if you spend 5 years, 6 years, and then only few people accessible to it? And it has finally need to be made available, right? Okay, all right. So, and we know that this has been talked about. The word of the Prahalat, for example, yeah, the fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. The world is divided into top 1%, top 50, top 40, and the bottom below. So the bottom billions refers to what, maybe 4, 5 billions that's still living under poverty. But unfortunately, most or majority of the research is talking or is referring, engineering and etc. is referring to those group of 0.5 billion people only. All right. For example, now we're talking about a very luxury car. We talk about a luxury kitchen. We talk about luxury house. Not talking about affordable car or green car. We do talk, yeah. We do. We have this electric vehicle and etc. But how many people or percentage of the population can afford that electrical car or that green car? So we have this laptop that is sold in Africa, for example, yeah. Is a laptop that is very affordable, that is very cheap, affordable to the community there. But here we're talking about a more advanced one. So the choice between making it affordable or making it advanced as possible, what is the choice? So if we talk about sustainable development, it's talking about the one that is affordable. It doesn't have to be very advanced because there are still people who are still living in second industrial revolution or third industrial revolution. But everyone is talking about technology that is for industrial revolution. I want to put a question there that how many percentage of people are living in the scenarios of fourth industrial revolutions? in Malaysia, for example, still half of the population is not having access to internet. But the assumptions of 4IR is that everyone have access to internet. So there is a fundamental error there that will make sustainable development become very challenging. Okay, and from Islamic perspective, for the Muslim, for example, among the few Muslim scientists who received this Nobel laureate, he was saying that if we work on research topic that the West is not interested in, we'll always be 20 years ahead. But unfortunately, if you work on topic that the West is interested in, will always be 20 years behind. Meaning that you will always be in the last wagon of the train. We want to be in the train, right? Like the others, talking about biotech, talking about AI, but we always be the one standing in the last train. Why? We do have the endowment fund. We don't set the direction. Our science technology is still following them. So Ahmad Zuwal is saying that we've got to find our own way or our own interest or priority. So sustainable development is about finding these local needs. It's not about following the trend that is being discussed in the main CNN or whatever. So here, what we're trying to emphasize is that not just about specialization, not just about being experts as deep as possible in our field, but that field that we are experts in, how does it contribute back to the society? Okay, and this is what we say a T personality. Means that if you look at the word T personality, you have got the depth of knowledge is fine. You want to go as depth as possible, go on, but as much as knowledge and contributions to the society is concerned, the breadth of knowledge has to be connected to the depth of the knowledge. Okay, all right. So I hope that you get the ideas is that we are being trained or narrowed down to be highly specialized. At the end of the day, if people take out the microscope, for example, you cannot see what's happening there, right? Because you are being so limited under the perspective of that one disciplinary perspective. So the last component, the other issues that I would like to highlight is that how we need now to somehow see that if we take three main functions of universities, there is the research, teaching and learning, and community engagement. So all this while, my friends, that the community engagement, community service is seen as a secondary thing. But that's not the way they are now, or that's not the way it should be now, right? The pandemic, for example, have shown to us that when we are facing this COVID, who saved us? Where do we stay in? Is with the community, right? The industry, which may have been seen as the one that drive us before, have to put into stop. It's not functioning. They close down. The one that is still in moving is the community. But somehow, before this, the community is not our primary input, right? It's not the primary directions, right? The community is seen as the recipient. But now, things have to be totally changed. We've got to work with the community, not just for the community. So that's what it means. So for that, ultimately, the teaching and learning process has to be changed. We've got to change from mode 1, that is just about academic perspective, right? It has to be changed into knowledge that requires or that bring in perspective of social need, etc. So it's academic and social. And the trend or the style, the conventional way of monodiscipline, single disciplinary, has to be changed, has to be reoriented, even has to be thrown out. Right? Now is the era whereby the convergence of knowledge is a trend. It's either interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary. So the list goes on. And this is what required when you talk about education for sustainable development. So unless and until you don't change the way you teach and you don't change the way student learning, right, is in a way whereby we as a teacher, me for example, is just doing the talking, right, and there's no discussion, there's no interaction, we are not learning there, right? Because for sustainable development, in this era, knowledge is co-creations, co-generations of knowledge, right? If they are not developed together, it's going to be just one-sided, And this is another way of putting it together. Yeah. So the learning has to be shifted from transmissive learning, that's what I'm doing now, to transformative learning, individual learning to collaborative learning. That is why, as much as possible, I was hoping that there is interactions after this, but I'm not sure about that. Yeah. But in my class, I try to, I mean, my the university, I try to be the class very interactive. Yeah, because I think now, if you're talking about knowledge, you're talking about information, they can just ask ChatGPT. They don't need us to be there. So our function, a functions of a lecturer or a teacher is more, is not just transmit whatever knowledge that they think is the most important knowledge, right? The student can get it at fingertips. Yeah. All right. So I skip this one. So what we do in our university is that these all are put together, right? In International Islamic University, the context of Maqasid Sharia is put together with sustainable development. And how do we do that? We transform the learning process, right? And we even have our own local word, yeah, that is sejahtera. So maybe sejahtera is a local word for sustainability or sustainable development, because one of the major principle of sustainable development or sustainability, how to make sure there is sustainability, is that you have to practice what you've been practicing before, which is a good practice, right? Look at our grandfather before, or generations before us, like that's how they live sustainably. Yeah, that's how they use indigenous knowledge. That's how the greeneries are intact. But with industrialization, modernization, those all gone. So we need to go back to the concept of traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, because that's what have been sustaining our life economically, yeah, socially, environmentally, yeah. So this is just to quickly illustrate that we have been putting up the humanizing education through Maqasid Sharia and sustainable development. That means that the call for Islamic teaching, Islamic practice, definitely is all there. Yeah, it's been there all the while. But the more importance of the Islamic teachings, calling back this Maqasid Sharia, put it into real actions and dynamics and sophisticatedness of the current knowledge, yeah, has to be there. Right? We cannot just put it there just as reference or just as citations. The Maqasid, the objective of human existence and human being, has to be put into practice together with the current language of sustainable development. And it's not impossible. This is how we do it in our universities. Yeah. So the department now being made to understand how do you put together the Maqasid Sharia and sustainable development. Okay. All right. So I just want to end with this. Yeah. At least when I talk about behavioral change, maybe you have seen this before, but the message of how, even in terms of doing ablution for the Muslim, yeah, if there is a non-Muslim here, ablution is the thing that we do before we do our prayer, where you clean hands, face, and etc. So let's watch this quick video. Hopefully, if other thing doesn't remember that much, at least this video trigger us to think. Yeah, and I hope you can hear it.
That's all the news. Hello.
Over 800 civilians.
Oh, sorry. It's a wrong one. Sorry. I miss it. Okay, this one. Yeah, sorry.
Prof, the video with the sound or not? Now we can.
It is. Oh, sorry. Anyhow, tak apa, it's fine. All right, okay. I thought it's on as you as anyhow, the message from here, but you can see the picture, right? Jaria?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay, fine.
The video is moving.
Yeah, it should be, but it's okay. I don't have much time. But what I want to say here is that please think, yeah, if you talk about sustainable development, one of the aspects of course water. But if we cannot even make change or do little savings or little change in our behavior of taking ablutions, whereby usually back in Malaysia is that the practice is that we are quite luxury in water, that we put the tap in a very high volume and use as much as possible. So if we talk about sustainable development, if we talk about what Islam has been teaching, is that we know very well how much the Prophet ﷺ used water in order to do that wudu. But reflect upon yourself, if that part we still cannot do our own change of behavior and savings there, don't talk about changing the world. Right? And even in another word, even doing ibadah, we are not able to somehow try to optimize or try to do what this teaching is. Don't talk about changing the world. Right? Don't talk about telling maybe the developed countries to change theirs if we ourselves cannot change our behavior. All right. So I would slowly wind down. Right. In Islam, it's been perfect. Yeah. If you talk about sustainable development, if you recall the Venn diagram just now, it's the same like this. We have all the mechanisms. Yeah. The approach in terms of economics, we've got the zakat and sadaqah as way to ensure economic sustainability. In the social aspect, we have the concept of khalifa, musyawarah, ukhwah. So all these things, there's no need to explain on that one. And environmental, of course, we are the khalifatul ard, yeah, and the concept of bizan. So it is there. It's just a matter of putting it into practice. And this is how we are beyond sustainable development as advocated by United Nations or developed countries, right? Islam has been talking about that, and even Prophet Muhammad is the most sustainable person. Yeah? And we know very well that if you are at war, you are not even allowed to cut trees. So there's just simple illustrations of how sustainable development, sustainable practice has always been there. Okay, all right. And this hadith is the most hadith that somehow can be put into the context of sustainable development or sustainability. Yeah, when we die, we leave three things behind. Yeah, the sadaqah jariyah, which is sustainable consumptions, knowledge, sustainable development, and sustainable futures. If we have a good son that will be praying for us, right? So with that, I would end my presentation. Hopefully what I shared is that what is the actual scenarios that is happening now that leave us with no options except to go for sustainable development in a more concrete, structured and serious way. All right. Talking about sustainable development is not about talking, it's about actions. All right, and I give one little action that hopefully we can do it together, inshallah, the ablution, the wudu, right? At least one small thing that we can take away from these 45 minutes. And we know very well, if you are in the university sessions, it's all about making sure that universities is doing our job and we are being honest and truthful to the knowledge that we receive. So with that, I would end by saying that, inshallah, after listening to this, we can, we learned something so that we can somehow put all this knowledge or thing that we heard into action, inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof, for your wonderful sharing today, and hopefully all the participants can benefit it. And now we have the Q&A session. Let me check in the chat box, Prof. There is a question from the chat box or not?
There's a comment, but there's no questions. Can we say that there is no such thing as sustainability because we all know that resources are limited, population is increasing? Okay, yeah, I think the correct extending the good while developing. Okay, agree. Yeah. But there's no such climate change. This is capitalist. Okay, all right. All right. Okay. Just a little comment. Yeah? My perspective is that there's no such thing as sustainability. If we see it in a way that God is the only thing that is sustainable in that manner, right? Others are not sustainable. Yes, correct. Yeah, that's why we say that what we're trying to do is to somehow making sure that at least we mitigate what is happening, right? So there's no thing that is sustainable, true, yeah. But how do we mitigate that? Because we know that we need to develop, we need rice on the table, but at the same time we need to take care of what the trees that we cut in order to plant the rice. All right. So in that manner, what do I mean, or what do people sustainable development mean, is that you can have rice on the table by planting trees. You can plant as a paddy, but when you want to have that paddy field, you have to cut trees, but you cut trees there, but you plant somewhere else. That is what is referred to as sustainable. Meaning that you can develop, but make sure that it's not at the price of environmental degradations. So I would not totally agree there's no such thing as sustainability, but in a way, if you see it from that perspective, nothing is sustainable, of course. Yeah, because this is all fana, or everything is all fana, yeah, except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So I guess that will be my response to that. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Tijani, interesting thing. Yeah. Does that mean you are trying to address the skill, not just the degree issues? Okay. Here, what happens that no, we are not trying to kill degree, not to make degree obsolete, but the degree has taken so much of our focus and attentions that we can get full-fledged students who graduate with cum laude, first degree, but they are also the one who not getting a jobs out there because companies are looking for skills. You can have Harvard graduate who are very excellent, but they're still the one who do the corruptions, and there are so many cases of that, right? Financially. So when we talk about degree, right? What is that purpose of that degree? To get a job or to make you a good character? And with what is happening now, like for example, artificial intelligence, all the thing that you can teach can be now acquired through AI. So how do we need? How are we not going to question the purpose of degree now? And we know very well that there's so many discussions, so many debates about like those good people. They were the non-degree holder, the dropout. So what I'm trying to say is that it's not about killing degree, but the purpose and holisticness of that degree. We need that knowledge, the cognitive knowledge. But if you look at the KAVS, knowledge, attitude, values, and skills, right? Knowledge to be given by the degree is so much being the focus that we forget about the attitude, the values, and skills. Why? Because the industry, the business people are saying that, oh, I need a degree. But at the end of the day now, right, the degree would call you to interview room, but once you are inside the interview room, they won't ask you about the degree. They ask your contributions, how you articulate your leadership skill, which not necessarily you get that from the degree. So that's what I'm trying to say. Not about negating the importance of degree, but the degree has been functioning in a different way, in a wrong way. Hopefully that satisfies. That's my response to Dr. Tajiki. Any other question? Okay, how to operationalize this? This is what this why I purposely show a bit of what we've been doing in the International Islamic University. It is practical. It is something that is operatable. So our students now have to undergo the community engagement, for example, every one of them. Why? Because we think that they need to learn how to deal with the society, the real issues out there, not just to sit in the classroom and learn about the theories and concepts. So that's how we put it into practical. So if you want to have more discussion, I'm more happy to do that, Sulaiman. Any other question, Jaria? It's exceeded the time already.
Yeah, I think that's all.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I put my email there in case anyone would like to have a follow-up questions.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
Hopefully we can see you again. And
Inshallah.
This is the last day of the program.
Oh, okay. All the best. All the best. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Hope to see you again, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Okay, next, Prof. Dr. Azlan. Doctor, are you here?
Yeah, I can hear you, inshallah.
Yeah. How are you, Doctor?
Alhamdulillah, I'm okay. I'm good.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, Doctor, can you try to share the screen?
Inshallah. I'll try my best. Just me. Everyone. Okay. Share the screen. Okay, please bear with me. How to do it? Yeah. Okay, share. Do it. Inshallah.
Yeah, it's already up here.
Hang on, please. Okay. Can everyone see? Yeah.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Prof, is it?
Alhamdulillah, inshallah.
Can move or not, Prof?
Let me see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah. So, Alhamdulillah. Today we will see again Dr. Noor Azlan Muhammad Noor from another topics. Today he will share with us the topic regarding health and disease. Without further ado, we have already extended for 5 minutes. So Dr. You have 45 minutes for present and now leave 5 minutes for Q&A. فليتفضل مأجورا, Prof.
Inshallah, thank you, Sister Jariyah. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you, well respected audience, and Alhamdulillah, I'm trying my very best to share what I can do under this topic on health and disease. This is quite a general topic to cover. I'm trying to try to look at into the details of health and disease, if possible, this morning. Okay, and the content of my presentation will be introduction, number one. Number two will be Akhi model. Number three will be global health issues, and finally we talk about conclusion. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. Inshallah. Okay, introduction. Okay, what I'm going to do now here is the first thing I'm going to talk about is will be one of the verses of the Quran about life management. Lahu mu'aqibatum min bayni yadayhi wa min khalfihi yahfazunahu min amrillah. Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. Wa idza arada Allah biqawmin su'an fala muraddalah. Wa ma lahum min dunihi min wal. So the transition of this verse, for him they are attendant angels to his front and to his rear, guiding him by God's command. Truly God alters not what is in people until they alter what is in themselves. And when God desires evil for people, there is no repelling it, and apart from him they have no protector. So from this verse of the Quran, when we talk about health and disease, it's more about life management, how we go about managing ourselves. So we can, whether you go for good health or whether we go for not good health, this is another issue. So that means, based on these verses of the Quran, when we talk about life management, we are talking about how to monitor how you manage your life in a positive way or in a negative way. So for that matter, from this particular verses of the Quran, I tried to share you Islamic paradigm where we as a man, we have the highest high, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we have resources and men. So we are talking about man as a material being, as well as man as a spiritual being or as an immaterial being. So we need to see us in two dimensions. So when we as a material being and we as a spiritual being. So we were being appointed by Allah SWT has to be his wajir on earth, to hold his amanah. And that means we have a serious job to be completed, to be accomplished. Okay, and we are supposed to look after the amanah given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not just about resources, but other things too. And that will be from Islamic paradigm point of view. And we look at it from the Western paradigm, where man is just a man and using technology and you have own ideas how to capitalize on the resources available before you. So they are not talking about man as a spiritual being, man as more as a material being. So when material being, you do with limited conscience, but whereas in man, from Islamic point of view, you are as material being or spiritual being, your level of conscience will be very high, because we at the end of the day, we are going to answer before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for whatever deeds, for whatever things that we do on the earth. And this triggers me to introduce you to the Akhi model. So being his Khalifa, or being his Wajir, I'm going to focus more on this Akhi model, which we get to talk about 5 main principles, and then how we go about understanding these principles in the context of health and disease. So number 1, the first principle will be to be his Khalifa or his Wajir, and I took this from the Surah Al-Baqarah verse 30. And then number 2, the second principle will be anthropological imagination. And being anthropologist, so I have this term, anthropological imagination, and I took this from Surah Al-Hujurat verse 13. And we have number 3, the principle of Sharia compliance, where I pick up this from the Surah Al-Kafirun, verse 1 to verse 6. And then we have principle number 4, noble and righteous deeds. In short, we can say Amal Saleh. And of course, we have been talking about community engagement all the time. But actually in Islam, we do have our own term, actually. We can say community engagement, but we can say we are committing Amal Saleh in our daily life. Righteous deeds, noble and righteous deeds. And number 5, of course, spiritual guidance in the guise of Ibadah, Surah Al-Fatiha. Let's go, inshallah, one by one. Number 1 is about the Khalifa. This is the verses from the Quran, verse 30, where it's called رَبُّكَ لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ إِنِّي جَاعِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً قَالُوا أَتَجْعَلُ فِيهَا مَن يُفْسِدُ فِيهَا وَيَسْفِكُ الدِّمَاءَ وَنَحْنُ نُسَبِّحُ بِحَمْدِكَ وَنُقَدِّسُ لَكَ قَالَ إِنِّي أَعْلَمُ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. So, and when your Lord said to the angels, indeed, I will make upon the earth a successive authority. And they said, will you place upon it one who causes corruption therein and sheds blood? While we exhort, you will be praised and declare your protection. Here Allah said, indeed, I know that which you do not know. So this is, of course, from this verse of Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah verse 30, we are actually his Khalifa. And we have many things to do to look after the trust given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to us. Even the body that we have now, there should be another trust. You need to look after your own body. Yeah, I mean, we have been created in such a way that there's no, I could say, the negative side of you, but you need to look after not just your body, and at the same time you look at other self too. And look at anthropological imagination. Number 2, we are talking about the verse 13, of which. Okay, somebody raise your hand. Okay. Okay. All right. So in this case, we talk about the verse of the Quran, Surah Al-Hujurat, verse 13. This concept. Ya ayuhan nasu inna khalaqnakum min zakarin wa unsa wa ja'alnakum شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله يتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. So mankind, indeed, we have created you from male and female and made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. Indeed, Allah is knowing and aware. This concept advocates a principle which emphasizes on our clear conscience and awareness that we are living in the society of the other. So we're not living in our own society. We need to learn how to mingle around with the non-Muslim, of course, and how to convey our Islamic principles to them. So that means we should be able to know that we are not alone here. We are not talking about living in one particular community, Islam. We have others too, and we need to learn to each other and how to communicate, to convey Islam and good our belief, and how we can convey the message that we are here to be his Khalifa, to be his Bajir on earth. And then we talk about number 3. Let me see. Sharia compliance. And this is another principle that we are going to adopt here. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Qul ya ayyuhal kafirun la a'budu ma ta'budun wa la antum 'abiduna ma a'bud wa la ana 'abidun ma 'abadtum wa la antum 'abiduna ma a'bud lakum dinukum waliyadin. This Surah Al-Kafirun tells us about religious freedom. Say, oh, disbelievers, I do not worship what you worship, nor are you worshippers of what I worship, nor will be I a worshipper of what you worship, nor will you be worshippers of what I worship. For you is your religion, and for me is my religion. So in our context, how we talk about anything that we see on earth, it has to be Sharia compliance. But the issue here is, since we are not living in our own community, we need to convey the message. What do you mean by this Sharia compliance? Of course, what you believe is your belief, and what is my belief is my belief. This is clear cut about religious freedom, as mentioned in the Surah Al-Kafir, verse 1 to verse 6. And then and I think nowadays we are talking about the most of the products that we are talking about now, the concept of halal and haram. So now we have a halal logo to make sure that the Muslims can enjoy certain food within the Sharia framework. We use all kinds of terms that we use, and as long as we talk about Sharia compliance, e-banking, Islamic banking, all kinds of halal products and so on. And we can also have Sharia hospital Sharia base, right? That can be one option. And then then we have number 4 here, the 4th principle, noble and righteous deeds, amal saleh. So, for example, we have this in allazina amanu wa amilu salihati ulaika hum khairul bariyah. Indeed, they who have believed and had done righteous deeds, those are the best of creatures. And being a Muslim, we need to show examples. We need to tell the non-Muslims we are another creature that to show our good deeds and to be positive in our daily behavior, and to show good examples to them how we subscribe to our religion and how we go about subscribing the concept of amal saleh in the real world. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Illa allazina amanu wa 'amilus salihati wa tawassaw bil haqq wa tawassaw bis sabr. This is another verse from the Quran, except for those who have believed and done righteous deeds and advise each other to truth and advise each other to patience. Okay, then we move around. That's the final principle. Will be the spiritual guidance and help in the guise of ibadah. This is coming from Surah Al-Fatiha. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. It is you we worship, and you we ask for help. Guide us to the straight path. So this is a spiritual guidance and help us in understanding our duty on earth. So we should bear in mind that anything that we do on earth, since we are his Bajiran, we have to have a clear intention. We do it in the guise of, in the name of ibadah, and not for other non any other interests. So we are talking about performing things, and our intention will be always ibadah. Because once we classify things under ibadah, we will be rewarded based on the behavior that we are committed, based on the deeds that we are going to deliver, or message to deliver to other people on earth. And based on these 5 principles, you can see this is the model which I can show it to you. That means in this case, The first circle then will be the key player, the Khalifa. And then we have 4 main attributes, which I mentioned just now to you. The other word Asri, anthropological imagination, Sharia compliance, and we have righteous deed, and the number I stands for ibadah. These are the 4 attributes that we can adopt based on this framework. And from there, we are able to prepare a module, module development M. And this module, the core business here is, you can see here, in the society, in a big community, whatever community that you are referring to, the basic unit that we get to talk about will be the concept of family. The SB1, SB2, SB3 both stand for sector-based. It can be politics, it can be economy, it can be culture, it can be religion, it can be law, it can be anything. Sector-based. So, but the key, the real matter here is how we emphasize the importance of family, and how family can be a basic unit that can influence other sectors. It can be economic sectors, political sectors. So one, the family is in good shape, and of course the sectors will be in good shape too, and we can enjoy, and we can see a good community being built up, and we are able to have a good social engagement, what we call it, social engagement in terms of ideas, in terms of practical training, whatever. All right. So this is the I could say the Akhir model, which I intend to introduce for this lecture. And based on this, what we call this story, then okay, now we come to the real core business here. So the first part of my lecture is about to understand the subject matter conceptually. So we should have a clear framework, and I'm going to use this Akhir model and to understand many issues we can talk about. In this case, under SB1 or SB2, this time around, I'm going to talk about something to do about health and disease. Okay, we are talking about one particular sector here. Okay. Let me see. Okay, then we talk about global health issues. Okay, one thing that we can talk about, when we talk about global health issues, there are many. So as far as we talk about health and disease, we have these global health issues that are going to face, and we have this unprecedented global health fiasco. I think everyone here knows that about chronophobia. At one time, we have this COVID-19 pandemic, and we have then the government need to strategize it and to implement MCO, movement control order, lockdown, quarantine, social distancing, wearing face masks, and so on. At the same time, we also have another issues of NCD, non-communicable diseases like cancer, diabetes, hypertension, chronic lung disease, stroke, heart disease, Alzheimer, mental health elements, and as well, many more. And also we can also talk about the issues of aging community. As our age catching up, we can never escape from ill health symptoms. It can be depression, it can be loneliness, it can be the issues of Alzheimer, it can be the issues of dementia, it can be other things, it can be stroke too, right? So in other words, this is again is a global issues, and since our health system, you look at around, let's say in the context of Malaysia, we have a good health, what we call a good health strategy. We have good medical system and medical services in Malaysia. I'm talking about Malaysia. So, and because of that, we are able to live longer with good vaccine, with good food, with good everything in a good shape. So we live longer. But at the same time, we need to bear in mind, we are going to face another issue: aging community. Once we are getting old, so whether you like it or not, we still have problems about ill health symptoms based on age factor. Okay, and of course, old age type of disease, and it's quite common like to have is mental health issues like Alzheimer's and dementia, or maybe stroke, and then this chronic disease which I already mentioned here about diabetes, and the worst scenario can be cancer, and this create the consequences of having all this, which I already mentioned here, is anger, confusion, frustration, loneliness, denial, anxiety, depression, insomnia, despair, and the worst scenario will be suicide, committing suicide. This is another issue. How to go about looking after the elderly group or the aging community, and the most important thing is how we need to create a safety nets for the old people, hoping that they can survive. Of course, loneliness can be one of the factors, and that could lead to depression and eventually can lead to mental issues like Alzheimer's and dementia. And when we talk about global health issues, we're not talking about just about chronophobia and NCD. We can also talk about the other kind of global health issues, like like other several pandemic outbreaks. We have Ebola virus disease, Zika virus, cholera, severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS, Japanese encephalitis, influenza A, H1N1, and COVID-19. So these are some of the, I could say, examples of several pandemic outbreaks. And this is affecting creating some fear about creating many international communities across the globe. We create mass fear, not just of COVID-19, but other matters too. Right? So that means these pandemics can be out of control if our health system is not good, or is not in order, right? Okay, and you look at for example, let's say COVID-19 pandemic cases worldwide, and this is data which I took way back in 1920 and in 2020, long time ago. It's 4 years back, but just to get some ideas about. This is just example of COVID-19 pandemic cases worldwide. It's just example. So the grand total, worldwide, 69 million, and then we have recovered discharge 48 million, and then we have active, and then we have death. So these are some of the cases that we were facing in 2020, and that creates more fear to all of us. And until today, we still observe ourselves, we still monitoring ourselves, even though it's self-monitoring, but still we need to educate them to keep them aware what is going on with our surrounding, especially with this kind of viral infection, the COVID-19 virus. And next slide will be okay. So what will be our next step? Next step will be what? Looking at the above statistics, the next step is how to go about it. What approaches are we thinking? So for the IIIT model which designed, when the IIIT model design or adopted, the first step as a Khalifa, number one, we need to have holistic understanding of global health issues faced by our community. So we, as a Khalifa, so we are the CEOs of this universe. So we need to go out there and to understand, not just understanding in pieces, but we have to have a holistic understanding to understand the subject matter as a whole, and we need to see them from a different perspective, not to see things, from Western paradigm where you adopt man as a material being. So how we can go about capitalizing on the resources that we have, and we try to have these limited resources and have limited knowledge about something to deal with this pandemic. Right? But we need to see them, we need to see those items from the Islamic paradigm, where you can see man is not just a material being. We need to have man as a spiritual being. So we are, in a way, we need to seek help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We need to make more dua. We need to have spiritual understanding. Holistic understanding covers the spiritual understanding as well as a non-spiritual understanding, and this will help us to understand better. Maybe the pandemic that we are having can be a real test to us. Maybe due to our deeds, which is not within the Sharia compliance. So this holistic understanding is best achieved through field studies, and the field study must be done through PO, participant observation, and of course through community engagement approaches. And these are imperative to gather any comprehensive inputs of the society needs. So in this case, we are addressing health issues within the community. So we are talking about how we can go about identifying certain issues about health, and how we can how can we can strategize, and we can also develop or deliver a kind of taking into account these community engagement approaches. And for today's presentation, I wish to talk AKHI model. I'm going to explore three main issues. Okay, I'm just talking about this presentation. So I'm going to explore three main issues. How we go about understanding about health and disease. So the main issues we can talk about is family well-being. If you look at the what I call this, the diagram the figure which I showed to you, all right, this one, you can see the core. When we talk about model development, we need to develop, or we need to create some modules which is fundamental to all of us. That is the family unit. So the first thing I'm going to talk about here in this particular presentation will be the three main issues will be family well-being and children adjustment, and then we have community engagement and sector-based, and this will be discussed in turn below. Okay, so look at number one, three main issues identified: family well-being and children adjustment, and then we have community engagement, and we have sector-based engagement, the workplace. And this, for sector-based engagement, I'm trying to look at the workplace. Why workplace is important? Okay, what are the things that we can talk about under family well-being and adjustment? So under family well-being is conceptualized by three overarching processes. Number one, communication. Okay, so we have to, how are we going to establish this strategy, family coping strategy? For example, let's say a person suffering from cancer, or from other chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and these categories can be considered as, can be classified under incurable diseases. So you're talking about diabetes, you're talking about hypertension, you're talking about cancer, you can talk about Alzheimer, you can talking about asthmatic attack, you can talk about heart disease, cardiovascular diseases. So in this case, in the normal circumstances, we can have a good communication. But if any members of the family suffering from these incurable diseases or non-communicable diseases, okay, and so what kind of coping strategy that we're going to adopt? So I reckon that maybe this is the spiritual part will take place, and we need to get closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to educate them, to prepare a module where spiritual and non-spiritual modules need to be incorporated in the module that we're going to develop. So family must be able to have some kind of a coping strategy. Okay, and then organization is we talk about adaptability and resources. So what resources that you have, and how to adapt, how to negotiate the relationship now between you and another family members who are suffering from incurable diseases. And the most important thing is the belief system. Here we talk about some kind of spirituality. We should realize that, well, this is a test for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What more if you are suffering from other diseases like Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease can be a progressive type of disease, which one particular person can end up to even worse with the Parkinson's disease. These are all issues that we need to take into account when we talk about family well-being and children. And family resilience requires mutual support and collaborative strategy. So that means here, when you talk about family well-being, the best option that we can have will be collaborative effort, mutual support, and interdependent. And here comes the idea of the concept of care and caregiving. So we are talking about human engagement modules to talk about under health and disease issues here, under health and ill health. So the concept of care, of caregiving, is something that we need to take into account seriously, right? We want to talk about family well-being. So because, and then we talk about contextual risk and the psychosocial impact, okay, and the risk that we are going to have within the family. if you are not able to deliver good care and good caregiving, right? So we have dilemma here. Dilemma between the contextual risk can be what? Can be, for example, let's say losing a job. Okay, if you are suffering from this incurable disease like cancer, you need money, and maybe you don't have much money to go for a cure and to go for a treatment. So we're talking about financial insecurity. Yeah. So what else do we have? And if you are suffering from all this cancer, incurable disease, you can end up to losing a job because you are not able to perform. Furthermore, let's say you are suffering from renal failure, the kidney failure, you have to go for dialysis, and this is the issues involved. So you can be losing a job, financial security, school closes, recalibrate the relationship with the family. So that will be the first issue that we can talk about. The first issue that we can talk about under family well-being. Under these three important issues in the context of this particular presentation. And when we talk about community engagement, since we talk about health and disease, so we are not talking about they're not talking about this disease from the biological framework. They're talking about disease from a social cultural framework. So we have this social disease. Social disease does not mean about of course we talk about diabetes, hypertension, all these are diseases. But when you say social disease here, we are talking about social remedies, social medicine. So what kind of medicine they need to give to this kind of ill health symptom? We need to impose, we need to to prepare integrating health, social, economic responses. This must come together, right? When somebody is suffering from so and so we need to have an integrated modules. Integrated modules means you're talking about delivering services or delivering good care that covers the spiritual part as well as the non-spiritual part. Okay, so for example, let's say I give you one example about cancer. Let's say if someone's suffering from cancer, stage 4, and everybody knows that when you reach to that stage, so the chances of recovering is almost slim. So what we can do now, but perhaps maybe we talk about the time has come, and how are we going to prepare to deal with this? What I call this to prepare. What I call this how to respond to this particular these particular issues. Okay, socially, economically, right, and bringing care to the points of greatest need. That means you are talking about how to be a good caregiver without fail. Because sometimes when you look after your family members not in good health, so how we can go in and deliver a good, or I can say excellent caregiver without fail. This is a real test. So that's why family, if you are able to do it in a family, you can extend our good care or excellent care or caregiver, excellent caregiver to the community. So you understand, let's say, if you are looking after your parents who is suffering from Alzheimer or suffering from Parkinson's disease, suffering from dementia, okay, you know how to go about dealing with the elderly group out there. So the basic point here is you must be able to do things good within your family first. And if you are able to do good things, you are able to be excellent caregiver without fail. You can even be an excellent caregiver to others. So this is something that we need to curate a module that talk about human engagement, even modern engagement. Okay, some people now just talk about humanizing education, right? So that is one of the areas of which we can even educate our members in the community how to go about. And then, of course, we talk about focusing on broad equity-driven reforms. In this case, we want everyone in the society, from the Islamic approach, we need everyone to be to access to what I call this, to get equal treatment at equal standing, irrespective of whatever level you are. Sometimes what happens now in reality, we have unequal treatment, unequal distribution of health services to the people out there. So those who have means they can do better, they can get good medicines, and those who are unable, those who have limited means, they have limited accessibility to the health service that they prefer to. Okay, and then and again, this community engagement under AKHI model, we should be part of our amal soleh, and in the guise of ibadah, we do things to seek, not to seek pleasure from the community, but to seek something rewarding or pleasure, or whatever you can figure out from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that, I mean, that will be the real test. Are we going to do it for the sake of community, or are we going to do this for the sake of community as well as to seek pleasure from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? So at our point of view, from my point of view, it would be good to have both. That means you can do good things for the community, and you can do good things as a caregiver to seek pleasure from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So why? Because if you do things in the sake to seek pleasure from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to be His Khalifa, you are not going to suffer any kind of depression or something negative. Whether people are going to please you or otherwise, it's immaterial. Because you do things as ibadah and to do good things for people and to seek pleasure from Allah, and the reward should come from Allah. Whether the community is going to reward us or not is totally immaterial. So with that kind of intention that we have, okay, so we don't have a good feeling because we are not looking for material rewarding. We are talking about spiritual rewarding. That is much more much more significant in our daily life. And we can talk about children, and I already mentioned here, so I didn't have to repeat. Maybe I can talk about a little bit of the university here, down below there. Should not remain within its cocoon, enjoying exclusivity of space, and it has concern in managing psychosocial issues in society. So we at the university level, we need to educate. We are not just talking about our specialization. We need to educate our students, all right, to be a good, be an excellent caregiver. And in the context of health disease, there are many people out there suffering from all kinds of diseases, especially the chronic one, especially the non-communicable diseases, which I mentioned. That means Alzheimer, asthmatic, attack, heart disease, and then we have diabetes. Okay, and even the children need to be taken. Children who are like autism, all kinds of disability, okay, need to be taken into account when we talk about social engagement in the community. And the third one, this is sector-based, and I'm focusing on the workplace. So in this case, we talk about how we can go about helping the people in a sector-based engagement, especially the workload, social distancing, anxiety, depression, burnout syndrome, PTSD, and working schedule, work-life balance, job security. There are many. So there are many things to talk about, and how we can. The rationale is how we can go about working on the possible intervention programs to help. At the end of the day, we want our society to be in good shape. We want our society to be healthy and to be positive all the time. Okay, and give them motivation. And this is another job that we have to do. That's why my title today is about health. This is a very general topic. We wish to cover the we're not talking about the individual perception of disease and health, but we talk about health disease under communal, under community base. Okay, and so what we or university could do to address the matter? How? Okay, I've got 3 more minutes to go. Inshallah, I'll be able to complete my slides. So I'm going to go very quick. So these are things that we could do, placing emphasis on strategic human engagement model. The keyword here is human engagement model. Develop action-oriented model, right? And we should create new reference system, abilities or avenues, provide guidelines and principles. Okay, I hope you can read on your own later, because I'm going to give these slides to Sister Jariah after this, inshallah. Okay, and my conclusion here is, at this level, we need to to have our curriculum should go beyond class-based oriented study, from theoretical to empirical base, and we should also adopt its mission to impart more towards Khalifah vision, to be his Khalifah. And of course, the third point will be harmonizing the theoretical and practical dimensions of public engagement through Akhi model. Okay, these are just to review what is Akhi model about. There are 5 principles, and at the end of the day, this is from the Hadith of Rasulullah. Ya Yuhanna su'udhu minal a'ma bima tutiqun fa inna Allah la yamallu hatta tamallu. فإن أحب الأعمال إلى الله بما دام وإن قال. So mankind take up good deeds only as much as you are able. For Allah loves those who love to do good deeds indeed, and that the most beloved deeds to Allah are the most regular and consistent, even though they were small. I think that's the end of my presentation today. Inshallah. So you can contact me if you have any other issues to talk about. Inshallah. I think with that, Sister Jara. Okay, thank you very much for allowing me for time. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. And then now we can open for Q&A. There is a. Let me check in the chat box.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, no questions. Okay.
Okay, without question. Thank you very much, Doctor. But now this is the last day. So it is a little bit special. We will invite Shahran. Shahran, are you here? Shahran?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
We will invite Shasharan to have 1-2 words for the to close our session, inshallah.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. My dear, is my voice clear, Sister Jaya?
Yes.
Okay, alhamdulillah. My dear Sister Jaria, from our office, who has been with the program since day one, alhamdulillah. My respected brother, Professor Dr. Shukran, Dean of the Kuliah, and our respected lecturers, resource person, who have been very committed throughout our program, alhamdulillah. On behalf of Datuk Jamil, Prof. Fauzan, Prof. Aslam, and also Prof. Omar Kasule, our Secretary General of IIIT Riyadh office, we would like to express our thanks and gratitude to all the lecturers who have shown their commitment to finish all the classes, especially to Prof. Shukran as the Dean, and Prof. Aina, who is the coordinator of the whole project, alhamdulillah. This is our 4th or 5th series, I think 4th series this Jaria, that we have been working together with the Kuliah since way back in 2000 when the COVID started. Alhamdulillah, we are very proud with this kind of program where we bring a real classroom materials to the public. I remember one brother from Guinea or from Nigeria told me personally, I am mediocre in terms of academic qualification. I can't go to university due to whatever constraint I have, but now I am able to follow university classes delivered by the actual professors, being taught really in the classroom for free and at my leisure. So he was very thankful for the professors and for IIIT for providing this kind of classes. I also remember one brother from Ghana or from Kenya. He was listening while he was working as a security guard. So he was live from his security cubicle or in the storeroom and listening to our classes. Alhamdulillah. So these are the efforts that IIIT will continue to provide these classes. Our objective and our aim is simple. We remember those old days. People can sit in the mosque and listening to the great scholars delivering lectures without any constraint. They can come and go. They don't have to worry about paying fees or exam just for the sake of knowledge. Alhamdulillah. So we will continue with this kind of classes. Prof. Shukran, thank you so much for your kind help, for your encouragement, and for your support. I know you also have a hard time to get all your team together. You're all big professors, and to ask them to spend hours in the weekend is a tough time. But Alhamdulillah, they're all committed and have given their commitment. We will disturb you again, Prof, for the next project. Inshallah, maybe after Eid, we will come for the 5th or 6th series. We have many more to cover, inshallah. Thanks, Sister Jaria and our team at IIIT. And most of all, thank you so much for all the brothers from more than 70 countries across all the time zone. Alhamdulillah, this is a blessing of Allah. And may Allah grant us success in this world and the day after. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the sweet word closing. Okay, next we will invite Prof. Shukran to have the word for the closing, Prof.
Yes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amin. Amma ba'd. Thank you, Sister Jaria. My respected brother Shahran, my beloved teacher, Dr. Noor Azlan, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues who are still online, honored participants, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a pleasant afternoon or morning or even evening to all participants. Indeed, it is. I'm very pleased to be here today. Datuk Jamil contacted me yesterday, telling me that the program is about to complete with the lecture delivered by 4 more colleagues today. So Alhamdulillah, congratulations to all of you for successfully completing this course. And I believe that some of you will also attempt quizzes or examination or assessment, so that would enable you to be awarded with some certificate. Brother Shahran, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. On behalf of the Kuliah, I would like to say something today. We have some notes to be shared with all participants. Thank you to the committee led by Associate Professor Dr. Aini, who have given note to me so that I can share with all participants. So it is with great honor and gratitude that we are speaking in front of all participants today at the closing ceremony of the online short course certificate in the integration of knowledge for human sciences. As mentioned by Brother Shahran just now, before this, we have several certificate programs. Inshallah, we are going to have another focused certificate program on integration of knowledge as well. This course, which was launched on the 28th of September and commenced on 5th of October 2024, has been an important step in fostering greater understanding and integration of knowledge, especially in the field of human sciences. Our record shows that there are more than 1,800 participants on YouTube, on Facebook, and other social media from across the globe. So this course stands as a testament to the need or for the quest of knowledge and the goals to better understand the interplay between human sciences and Islamic knowledge or Islamic principles. So this course was organized through a fruitful collaboration between the International Institute of Islamic Thought, IIIT, as IIIT East and Southeast Asia especially, and our kuliah, okay, Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, Kuliah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge in Human Sciences. I have the duty to reiterate here that Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman is the founder of this kuliah, and his formula of education is integration, Islamization, and relevantization. So this is why we stand here today to integrate knowledge, to unify knowledge, and to relevantize knowledge. We are deeply grateful to IIIT for their leadership and for their vision in designing and in facilitating this program. This collaboration and the spirit of unity that it fosters speaks volumes, especially in registering our commitment towards the agenda of integration of knowledge. So over the course of 16 weeks, participants have engaged with a comprehensive curriculum which offered an in-depth introduction to some key themes of human sciences, ranging from communication and psychology to political science, sociology, and anthropology. Our 45 distinguished academics, thanks to all of them, they are from Department of Communication, Department of Psychology, Department of Political Science, now known as Department of Political Science and Madani Studies, as well as Department of Sociology and Anthropology. They have worked tirelessly to deliver insightful lectures and to foster meaningful discussion. Their lecture have been followed by the management as well, just to make sure that the points of integration and Islamization have been well or sufficiently covered. So I trust that they have provided you with not only theoretical knowledge, but also the skills for you to apply the principles and knowledge that they have shared with you, both at the personal level and also professional ones. So in particular, the focus of the course of integration of knowledge focus on how do we deal with the sources, the Quran and also the tradition of the Prophet Muhammad SAW, and how do we blend this with the study of human sciences. And the aim is to enable us to further understand, yet to also later on apply Islamic knowledge and principles in our daily activities, both at career level as well as personal level, as well as also social level. We hope that all participants have now possessed the intellectual tools to navigate the complexity of human experience by using the guidance of our sacred text, the Quran, while addressing the challenges of today's world. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the importance of integration between religious knowledge and secular knowledge cannot be denied, especially as we live in an increasingly interconnected and complex global society. The integration of knowledge is not merely an academic exercise. It is a critical pathway to ensure that Islamic wisdom, Islamic knowledge, Islamic principles continue to guide us as we address modern day issues, from social justice to environmental sustainability, and from individual well-being to global peace. To all participants, I thank you very much for your commitment, for your engagement, and for your enthusiasm throughout the course. Your dedication to learning is a beacon of hope for a future in which Islamic scholarship will continue to inspire and to lead positive change in our society. I hope the knowledge that you have gained during these 16 weeks will stay with you and to continue shaping your professional and personal journey. I trust that you will not only apply this knowledge within your communities, but also share it with others in the spirit of knowledge transfer and also positive influence. A special thank, I must say, I must give to the organizing committee from both IIIT and IKHS16. Your hard work and your tireless dedication behind this program have ensured that the certificate program ran smoothly and effectively. Your efforts have made a significant contribution to the success of this course, and we deeply appreciate all the planning, coordination, attention that you have given to making sure that this program can become a reality. Alhamdulillah, it is now. I would like to also acknowledge and commend IIIT East and Southeast Asia for their enormous and impactful support in organizing this course. The collaboration between our institutions is a reflection of a continuous shared values and vision that we hold together in advancing Islamic knowledge, integration of knowledge in diverse fields. It is through this partnership that we continue to pave the way for greater intellectual change and development for holistic approaches of education. I once again congratulate all of you for completing this course, and I am confident that you will continue to make meaningful contribution to your respective fields, career, and society. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you with success in all your future endeavors, and may He grant you with the ability to use the knowledge that you have gained here for the betterment of yourself and also humanity. InsyaAllah fi dunya wal akhirah. So, billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof, for your sweet closing today. Inshallah, hopefully, like what you have said just now, hopefully all the knowledge that all the lecturers have teach us from the beginning of the week until now may be benefit to us. And inshallah, thank you also to all the participants that who participate with us from the first week until the end of the week. So with that, we have a dua to close our session, our program today. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وبه نستعين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما ولا تجعل فينا ولا حولنا ولا بيننا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما اللهم اهد قلوبنا وأصلح أحوالنا وأصلح بالنا واشرح صدورنا وسدد ألسنتنا ووفقنا لكل خير اللهم اجعلنا دعاء إلى الهدى متمسكين به حتى نلقى وجهك الكريم اللهم جنبنا الضلال والإضلال واهدنا واهد بنا واجعلنا سببا لمن اهتدى اللهم رد الشاردين من الأمة إلى صراط المستقيم وألف بين قلوب أمة محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم واجعلهم على حق قائمين خلف النبي الأمين محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Alhamdulillah, we have completed our program today and complete our whole session today. Thank you very much, Prof and Shasharan, come for the closing our ceremony today. Thank you very much. And for our participants, I have sent the link for feedback here, put in the chat box, and also I will send to the group for the participant who participate from the Facebook and also YouTube, that they can fill up the feedback form. And also inshallah for next week's coming weeks, we will send the link for exam. We have each department we have for 20 questions that each department we provide by each department. Inshallah, we will send the links to the group. We have 34 group, Prof. So I will send it to that group so that all our participants can answer that question. Hopefully, all will be successful. Amin. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Sis
Ah,
Amelia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jasmawati, for attending for the closing ceremony. Dr. Aini cannot join today, Prof.
Yeah. Thank you for enlightening the participants about the test, about the quiz. We look forward to attempting the test. I can read from the message.
Inshallah, we will provide for them through the WhatsApp group and also the link from the Facebook and YouTube also. Because some of our participants, they only can join from the YouTube and also from the Facebook because of the time.
All right, difference. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukran, Prof. Syukran, nama syukran. This our participant, one of them, Nawawi. He participate all the time.
Mashallah.
Brother, you can show your face now. I saw your name every time.
Brother Nawawi, where are you from?
Oh, I have to unmute first, bro. Okay, brother, you can unmute yourself. Funny.
Is Dr. Farid is in KL now?
So, Brother Nawawi, you can talk. Already open the mic.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me? Nawawi here.
Yeah. We hear you.
Yes.
Welcome.
I am Malaysian. I'm retired. My age is 67 years old, and I live in Port-Dickson. And I've studied overseas, and I've traveled many parts of the world, and now I'm enjoying my life at home, staying with my family and having fun with my grandchildren. So to fulfill the time, I try to gain more knowledge in the sense that it will make my brain active. And then I do read a lot, and I do watch the YouTube to get information. And I have a blog of my own also, and I've commented in newspapers. But still, I keep a very low profile because I just want to be unknown. Because it's and then attending these classes since the beginning in 2020 after the COVID, I gained a lot of Islamic knowledge, very practical, and those things that because I do not have an Islamic knowledge background, what I had was just the attending the kuliah in the mosque after Maghrib, only where nearing my retiring age. So during my career, the whole life, I was just the worldly knowledge with little knowledge of Islam. But I do read a lot of hadith because the hadith teach us a lot of things. So now I am very grateful that I have attended this course since the beginning, and thank you for to all the lecturers and Sister Jaria. I also got some. Initially, I got her phone number and messaging also, which is a Hari Raya, and then I noticed that the participants varied from those who work in security as a security guard to ex-professors and lecturers, you see. So in that kind of atmosphere, I think what you have explained and taught us during the lectures are all valuable, very, very valuable. So it covers everybody. So everybody need all the knowledge that you all have explained to us, taught to us in these lectures. And it's very interesting. It opened my mind when I attend this class. Opened my mind. The only thing is that sometimes it's the connection, the internet connection. Sometimes it's not clear. Sometimes there's a lot of noises. Those are the things that we should try to improve. And then maybe the Q&A. I don't know why you fix it at 45 minutes. I don't know.
Because we have a little of time. That's why we just fit like that time.
And then the Q&A, I think, why it's only 5 minutes? But then I think, as you said, the time is limited. Then it's okay. But if you can have a longer Q&A, maybe there are certain things that if you look at my questions, my comments are a little bit provoking. Sometimes I do say direct and blunt because we are facing real life. We have passed the academic life. We are facing the real life now. When we face the real life, we must talk bluntly, clearly, without fear and favor. So, and then,
inshallah, next time we will fix that comment to bring to our Dato' Jamil Usman.
There's nothing to be afraid about. When we talk openly, I do mention about the cruelty of the Israel and the wrongdoing of our ex-Prime Minister Najib and our foolishness and our whatever shortcomings. This is real life. It's not an academic life. So that's why I comment and then give my idea. I ask, and it's something provoking that I hope these lecturers can have a second thought on what points they have given to us.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I should call Uncle.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Maybe we have some participant to share, like Uncle Nawawi, like that. Dr. Tijani, you have some word to say? Dr. Tijani? And here, Brother Sani Umar, you raise up your hand. Maybe you have some word to say for the last program.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, first of all, I thank all of you and the great effort of the IIIT. And then I raise up my hand. I'm calling here from Nigeria. So I'm living in a village. I used to follow you through YouTube. Since you during the Fiqh and Usul al-Fiqh certificate in Fiqh and Usul al-Fiqh. So I want to collect my certificate in Islamic economy. as well as this one. So I'm talking about my concern is that for me it is not easy to pay in dollar because of my geographical location to pay for the formal certificate, and I have the money in my this thing. I don't know how to pay in dollar, so I don't have bank in my place. So the thing really is worrying me. So please, I don't know if you can find an enabling place for us to pay, to be able to pay in our local currency. Thank you so much.
Yeah, most welcome, our brother Sunny. We will bring this issue to the meeting. Thank you very much for this update issue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, welcome. And okay, some places already azan. So inshallah, hopefully when we pursue our next program, inshallah, we hopefully can see all of our participants here. That there is the name here that I can't even read all the name, but I always remember all the name that all always appear. Inshallah, hopefully we I'm apologize for my weakness that I have hold this program until the end, and whatever that I have done, may Allah bless me and all of you also. Thank you very much. The weakness for me, I'm really sorry. So, Assalamualaikum.
This is not weakness. It's not weakness. Because I know you, people may find that your English is not perfect, but you know 4 languages. You know your Myanmar dialect, you know Malay, you know Arabic, and you know English. So this is a great virtue for you. There's nothing wrong with it. And then because people sometimes they only know 1 language, they perfect only in 1 language. But you know, I know you know 4 languages. Maybe your English is not good, but you know 4 languages. So what is something good for you? I don't see nothing wrong with it. That's all. You are a better person than those who know only 1 language.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully we can see face to face. Because
maybe one day I go to UIA.
Yeah. Hopefully, if all the participants come to IIUM,
maybe
can see us at our office.
You organize one gathering. Those who can come. Those who from overseas can come, then visit Malaysia, stay for 4 or 5 days touring. Then you can show around. You know.
Yeah, sure. Our office at the IIUM, in the Kuliah of KICT, our office there. If you come to IIUM, most welcome to visit us at the office at KICT, level 4, our office in IIUM.
Okay, inshallah, one day I'll go there.
Thank you very much. Because from here I cannot see the pictures. So if you see me in all along the way, you can.
I will introduce myself.
Okay, inshallah. Nice to see all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.